Morning.
Morning.
Morning. All right. No, appearances as of yesterday in both Court 1 and 2.
Your Honour, I have Mr Bennett on screen. Mr Bennett, can you hear me again?
I can, yes.
Let me know if for some reason you can't see or hear me or the connection cuts out, please.
No problem.
We get up on screen, please, Mr Martin, the spreadsheet attached at MRB 4 to Mr Bennett's statement. That's at page 6,790. Now, I suspect that you can't see that clearly at the moment, Mr Bennett, but is that a spreadsheet that represents an output from the Pinnacle collector application in relation to Mr Jonas's scoping of the Bega 1533 area in December of 2016?
Yes, it is.
Now, according to the spreadsheet, the scoping appears to have been conducted between the 7th and the 11th of December of that year. Is that right? We just scroll down, Mr Martin, so that he can see.
That does line up with the pre-list inspection scope on the 1533, correct?
Now, we have some vehicle tracking information that suggests that when it comes to the span or the electrical easement, Mr Jonas was in fact in that span on the 12th of December between 6:49am and 7:24am. Can you indicate why there might be a discrepancy between the data produced in that spreadsheet and the actual timing of Mr Jonas's visit?
My records that I've got are of Mr Jonas scoping that span on the 12th of December between... Actually, I haven't got the poll numbers written down there. Which line item are you referring to there on the spreadsheet? I'm sorry?
If we look between 46 and 49, and Mr Martin, if you scroll over to the right, all the way to the right of the spreadsheet. You'll see there in the sort of middle of the page, CE 6363839, and then the next row down is 40 to 39, and then 41 to 40. Do those correspond, to your knowledge, to spans within the easement?
They do, yes.
And if we go back to the other side of the spreadsheet, you'll see the date 11 December for each of those entries.
I can see that, yes.
Are you able to assist us as to why that date might be different to the date of the actual visit?
I can't answer that, no. I cannot assist in that question.
Not asking you to work miracles, Mr Bennett. There are identified there in those rows, are there not, some 2 A3 encroachments, an A4 encroachment, this is rows 46 to 49, and an entry stating beyond minimum clearance. Is that right?
I can see on the sheet in front of me, line 46 reflecting an A3, line 47 reflecting an A4, and line 48 reflecting a NA.
Yes, if you go further across. So, in any event, there were some defects identified that were Tier 2 defects in the course of that span, or the course of that scope, I should say.
I believe that they would have been Tier 1 defects identified, not Tier 2.
I'm sorry, Mr Bennett, you're quite right. I meant Tier 1 defects. So we're agreed that there were some Tier 1 defects identified by Mr Bennett when he scoped the span in the easement.
Mr Jonas?
By Mr Jonas, yes.
Clearly not my morning, Your Honour. Now, Mr Bennett, there is in that spreadsheet, if we go up to the top, and to the right-hand side, sorry, Mr Martin, could you scroll over to the other side, or the left-hand side, I should say. Now, you see there, Mr Bennett, there's a column that is titled Work Type, that's column F.
I can see that, yes.
Now, is it the case that in relation to the Work Type column, there are some approximately 30 different options that can be entered into the collector application in relation to that column?
I'm not sure of the exact number, but there are quite a few, yes.
If we go over to page 6792, that's 2 pages over, Mr Martin, in the brief. Does that, Mr Bennett, reflect your understanding of the different work types that can be entered?
It does, yes.
And if you see 23, there is a work type removal hazard tree.
Yes,
Right?
I can see that.
And then at 28, there is another that says trimming hazard tree.
Yeah, I can see that.
So there are 2 tasks identified in that drop-down list out of 30 in relation to hazard trees.
Number 31.
Yes, the top, the number 1, Your Honour, is just the heading, so there's 30 different types.
But number 31 says DISC hazard tree.
Oh, yes. I apologise, Your Honour. 3?
Yes, there is 3 there, yeah.
But there is not in the spreadsheet itself a column referring to hazard tree entries.
There is not, no.
And there is not a specific prompt, for example, in the collector system entitled Tier 2 defect or hazard trees, is there?
In the collector system, they would have had the ability to select disc, hazard tree, or any of those options that were mentioned on 6792. They would not have been able to select something called Tier 2 defect. There's no reference to that there.
Yes, but the only prompt is in the context of the work type drop-down list. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we go back to the spreadsheet, 6790, that you've attached to your statement at MLRB4, there are, in that spreadsheet, I withdraw that, the spreadsheet there, to your understanding, reflects the entirety of the jobs identified by Mr Jonas for the VBEGA 1533 area, is that right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. That is the entire scope by Mick Jonas on that VMA.
There are no hazard tree jobs identified in that spreadsheet, are there?
There are not, no.
So that suggests that in Mr Jonas's scoping of the VBEGA 1533 area, he didn't identify a single hazard tree.
Not on that VMA, no.
Are you aware, Mr Bennett, that Mr Jonas's employment was terminated on or about the 25th of April 2017?
I believe he finished working for us around that time frame, yes. I'm not sure of the specific dates. Would have been in that vicinity.
Did you become aware of the reasons for his termination?
Not the actual reasoning behind him being terminated, no. That question would have to be raised to his employer at the time.
So you had no discussions with Mr Wiper, for example, about why Mr Jonas was no longer performing scoping work?
I believe that there were some issues raised with the scoping of Mick that may have led to his employment being terminated, but I don't think I don't have the actual answer of why he was terminated.
What issues are you referring to there?
I believe that there was an audit undertaken on some of Mick's work where he had incorrectly identified a conductor type in his scope.
Was that the only issue that you became aware of?
That's the only issue that I'm aware of, yes.
And do you know who conducted that audit?
I believe from memory that may have been identified by one of my foremen at the time in at Seanan.
So a foreman had identified an issue with Mr Jonas's scope, yes.
From memory, yes.
Are you aware that on or about the 20th and 21st of April 2017, some scoping work, or an audit rather, was conducted by Mr Donlan of Pinnacle?
I am aware of that audit, yes.
Are you aware of why that audit was undertaken?
I believe we'd undertaken, or Pinnacle had undertaken an audit on VMAs that Mick Jonas had scoped to ensure that the issue that was identified had not been replicated in any of his other VMAs that he'd scoped.
Was it the case that incorrect work type or job requirements were being identified in the course of scopes performed by Mr Jonas or other Pinnacle employees?
Not that I was aware of at the time.
So you weren't aware of a concern that, for example, Asplin personnel or personnel conducting cutting works were turning up at places that had been scoped with the wrong equipment as a result of the instructions that had been provided in the scoping process?
That did happen at times, yes. The incorrect equipment type could change, or it not being the incorrect equipment type, that he may have put down the wrong height for an EWP that was required, or while the scoper was scoping the span, it may have been dry if it had rained. By the time the crew got there, they were able to access it with an EWP, and that would have had to have been referred to a secondary crew type, i.e. climbers.
In relation to the audit conducted by Mr Donlan, you're aware whether there is a document recording precisely which spans Mr Donlan attended in the course of that audit?
I'm not sure of exactly how many spans he went to or what VMAs Stuart undertook the audit on. I'm aware that it was a 100% audit on the VMA in question here, the 1533.
Did that audit involve an assessment? I withdraw that. Did that audit, to your knowledge, involve a rescoping of the entire area, or was it simply an assessment of the defects that had been identified and the works requested in response to those defects?
I believe it was a rescope of the entire feeder from memory.
And in the course of that rescope, to your knowledge, were any Tier 2 defects identified?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you yourself undertake any additional scoping works or arrange any scoping works after you became aware of Mr Jonas's termination?
Would you be able to rephrase that question, sorry?
After you became aware that Mr Jonas had his employment terminated, did you arrange for any additional scoping works to be conducted in relation to the areas that he had scoped?
I believe I would have had discussions with Roger Euby, who was the Pinnacle supervisor, surrounding Pinnacle going back and undertaking an audit of those works, yes?
So are you suggesting that you required Pinnacle to scope the works undertaken by Mr Jonas again?
Yes.
Are there any documents recording that request?
Not that I'm aware of, or not that I've seen in preparing my evidence for today and yesterday.
And you haven't provided the court with the results of any such assessment, for example?
No, I don't believe I have, no.
And to your knowledge, no further scoping work of the easement in this matter was conducted between the date of Mr Jonas's termination, that being the 25th of April 2017, and the fires in this case, that being the 18th of March 2018?
No, I believe the only two inspections undertaken would have both been by Pinnacle, Mr Jonas, and the re-audit of that VMA in that time frame.
So just to reiterate, there's nothing that you could identify that establishes for us that Mr Donlan on the 20th and 21st of April, or 20th or 21st of April, attended the easement and conducted a scope of it.
I believe Pinnacle would have given us the results of the audit that they had undertaken on Mr Donlan's work on that VMA. I have seen evidence of that audit, yes?
Yes, there's evidence of the audit, but I suggest to you that evidence, that at least the evidence that's been put before this inquiry, does not include any indication that the easement was visited by Mr Donlan, nor any indication that works were required to be performed in the easement.
I don't believe that any changes to Mr Jonas's scope of works in these three spans needed to be adjusted by Stuart from memory.
Did you have those discussions with Mr Donlan?
I don't believe I spoke to Mr Donlan personally about that audit.
Mr Bennett, could I ask that you be shown the document at page 6000 6,569, that's behind BMK 22, which is in volume 17.
Have you got volume 7? Oh, you got it on screen.
Sorry.
What page, what number was it?
6,570, Your Honour. Suggested. Just before I get to that, Mr. Bennett, I suggest to you that Mr. Wiper, who of course is the General Manager, I believe, of Pinnacle, Managing Director, I apologise. Mr. Wiper, who is the Managing Director of Pinnacle, has provided a statement to this court in which he indicates that Mr. Donlan was required to perform spot audits in the area of the VBEGA 1533 VMA on or about the 20th of April. Does that information cause you to revisit your comment that Mr. Donlan rescoped the entire area?
It doesn't change my initial thoughts. I was of the belief that that feeder was 100% audited. If Travis or Mr. Wiper has said otherwise, that may be the case.
Yes, because you didn't see any document and no one told you that the VMA 1533 had been audited to a 100% specification.
Your Honour, can I object to that, please? There's two questions.
I accept that, Your Honour. Because no one told you unequivocally that the VMA area 1533 had been subject to a 100% audit.
I believe that Asplin had asked Pinnacle to revisit 100% of that VMA at the time of the re-inspection.
Yes, setting aside the question of what you might or might not have asked for, no one told you that 100% rescope had been completed.
I don't believe I've got any documents that stipulate that that 100% audit was completed.
Yes, you've got no documents that stipulate that, and no one told you that either, did they?
Not from memory.
If we could return to BMK 22 for a moment, page 6,570. You see the section D of that document. Can you see that document, Mr. Bennett?
It's quite small. I can see an Essential Energy logo with what appears to be Roger's name in blue pen.
Yes. Now that it's been expanded a little bit, can you see that?
I can, yes.
Yes, if we scroll down, do you see there an applicant declaration that appears to have been completed by Mr. Jonas?
I do, yes.
And if we scroll down further, do we see a contractor declaration that appears to have been completed by you?
I do, yes.
That was on the 6th of May 2016, is that right?
That date there would suggest so.
Yes. And by that declaration, you attested that Mr. Jonas was sufficiently competent to undertake the work he was going to perform for Pinnacle and in turn Asplin. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
How did you satisfy yourself that he was so competent?
That he would have met all the training requirements that were required by Essential Energy to undertake that role on the network. That would have been evidence provided by Pinnacle against a training matrix of required courses to be undertaken.
Yes, but what did you actually do yourself?
I would have reviewed that training matrix once the business administrator had put the documents together.
And which documents would have been included in that training matrix?
It would have just been the training matrix confirming that he had completed those course codes.
Was that a checklist document completed by someone other than you?
It would have been, yes, it would have been cross-referenced and validated by the business admin officer.
If we turn over to page 6574, do you recognise that document, Mr. Bennett?
Can you zoom in on it, please?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mark.
I believe that to be the training requirement checklist to undertake works on Essential Energies Network.
So might that have been the document that you were provided by the business manager?
Yes, I believe so.
And if we turn back to page 6572, it's just 2 pages previous, you see there a statement of attainment from Interlink Training.
I can see that on the screen, yes.
Is that a document that you would have expected to have seen as part of that process?
I have seen those documents before. I don't recall at the time whether I looked at that document in particular.
So you have seen that document now, you have a recollection of it, but you're not sure whether you had seen it at the time that you certified that Mr. Jonas was competent.
No, I don't believe I saw the documents at the time. I would have seen the checklist that had been filled out by the business administration officer. I have seen documents from Interlink before, so I'm aware of what that document is, the statement of attainment, but I don't believe I've seen the one for Michael Jonas.
Just a moment, please. Sorry. We've got a recording problem. Just a moment, Mr. Bennett. We just have to fix up the monitor station in the court. Has to be rebooted. Right. Mr. Bennett, can you just take a break? We have to close our system down and reboot it, which will take 5 to 10 minutes. I'll adjourn while that's happening.
We'll dial back in about 10.
Thank you.
We get the document at page 6,572 back on the screen, please. Mr. Bennett, can you see that document, or has it disappeared from the screen?
No, it's disappeared from the screen. It's coming up now.
Okay, so you can see that document. We'll just scroll down a little bit. You indicated before that you wouldn't have received that document as part of the certification of competence process. Is that right?
I don't believe I've seen Michael Jonas's statement of attainment there on the screen before, no.
You'll see on that page there are 3 modules referred to, one of them relating to CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and two further entries relating to first aid. Is that right?
From what I can see here, yes. It's a little bit blurry, but I can make those words out.
If we could turn over to the next page, please, and perhaps magnify it one more step with the hope of improving the situation for you, Mr. Bennett. Now, can you see there, Mr. Bennett, some 8 different modules relating to, among other things, recognising plants working safely near live electrical apparatus, applying occupational health and safety regulations, codes and practices in the workplace, and monitor safety compliance of vegetation control work in an ESI environment. I should also mention the third entry, which is assess vegetation and recommend control measures in an ESI environment. You'd agree that there are 8 different entries there, each of which relates in some way to the performance of work in the vicinity of electrical apparatus or the assessment of vegetation.
Yes, I agree with that.
So there are, in between the page that I've taken you to before, 6,572, and this page, 6,573, some 11 different modules. You'd agree with that, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, I would.
Does it cause you any concern that all of those 11 different modules have the exact same date on them?
No, that doesn't cause me any concern, no.
Well, if, for example, it was the case that all of those modules had been completed in a day, assume that if that were the case, that would suggest that each of those modules had only been devoted a very small amount of time, wouldn't it?
I can't comment on how that training organisation has held their training courses.
Yes. Did you make any inquiries of that training organisation in relation to the way it conducted its training?
I did not, no.
Did you undertake any independent assessment of Mr. Jonas's competence prior to certifying that he was competent?
I did not, no.
Did you speak to him before certifying that he was competent?
From memory, I'm not aware whether I spoke to Mr. Jonas or not before verifying the previous document with my signature on it.
So you didn't make any independent inquiries with either Mr Jonas or Interlink Training as to his ability to competently perform the work that Asplund was going to require him through Pinnacle to perform?
I did not know.
Take you to a document at page 6578 in BMK 24, I should say. We could zoom out a little bit. Can you see that document, Mr Bennett?
I can see the document, but I can't read the text on it.
Perhaps if we zoom in a little bit more. Is that an email that's been sent by Brent Kerrisk relating to the minutes and action items from some presentations and discussions that had occurred the Monday previous? The email appears to be dated the 22nd of September 2016 at 9:26 p.m. So I would take the Monday previous to be the 19th of September 2016. Do you see that email, and can you identify that it appears to refer to those presentations?
Look, from memory, I can't pick what that email is in regard to.
Yes. If we go 2 pages over, oh, sorry, 3 pages over, to a briefing note, does that, if you look at that briefing note, which appears to relate to pole and stay wire general exceptions and has a summary of the key takeaways at the top, does that assist you in relation to what that briefing or meeting might have related to?
I'm unable to read the text on my screen. If you could zoom in on the orange box so I can understand the dialect of the briefing. Reading that, I briefly remember a briefing regarding exceptions in an urban environment on pole clearing and stay wire clearing.
Yes. Do you have any other recollection of what that meeting might have included?
I believe in either the 2021 document or the VMCR document where it refers to vegetation clearances around poles and stays, there was a particular clearance required, which from memory may have been 1 metre. I think there were certain cases in an urban environment where that 1 metre was unachievable. If that was unachievable, then we were to submit an exceptions assessment form to Essential Energy to say that we couldn't gain that clearance on the infrastructure, and then they would go through and they would approve it.
Yes. Was there, in the course of that presentation or discussion on or about the 19th of September 2016, any discussion of scoping requirements in rural areas or Tier 2 defects?
I don't remember that briefing being undertaken from memory. I may have attended it. We did a couple of briefings with the guys over the years. My time at Essential Energy. Is there a location that briefing was held by any chance, or is there a? I remember undertaking a briefing with Brent where he would have put together a PowerPoint presentation for that briefing.
Yes. So if you look at page 6,579, please, Mr. Martin. And if we scroll down a little bit, at the top, does that say something like scoping, I can't read the next words, year 2 attendance register?
I can't read that from myself.
Okay. Well, if we look a bit further down, the third name from the bottom, does that appear to be your name and signature, Mr. Bennett?
It does, yes.
And if we go through to page 6,687, please. That is a PowerPoint document entitled Year 2 or YR2 SE South SE Region Scoping Presentation.
Yes.
If we could look over the next page. We scroll down, that discusses some objectives, but if we scroll down a little bit further, that PowerPoint, could we zoom in on the bottom left-hand corner, please? You see that date there, Mr. Bennett?
You can see that date, yes.
Is that the 21st of July 2020?
It is, yes.
So it's unlikely that that particular presentation would have been delivered on the 19th of September 2016,
I
isn't it?
object, Your Honour. It's quite clearly the date the document was printed from a computer.
How is it quite clearly, Your Honour? I'm asking the question.
Well, we'll ask it in a more open way about whether he understood what that date represents.
Well, Mr. Bennett, that date down the bottom, 21 September 2020,
July.
21 July 2020, appears to form part of the document, doesn't it?
That date does, yes.
Are you able to draw any conclusions from that date as to when the document or when the presentation was delivered?
I'm unaware of when the presentation was delivered. Back where I signed onto the attendance register, did I date next to my name?
Are you familiar with that document?
Vaguely, yes. I do remember seeing that document, yes.
When was it created for delivery?
I'm unaware. I didn't create that document.
When was the first time that you saw that document?
It would have been prior to July 2020, which was last month, because I was no longer working on that contract.
In 2016, was a document such as this delivered by PowerPoint?
Your Honour, I really can't answer the question of the date that was delivered from memory.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Now, now, Mr. Bennett, MRB 6 to your statement, you've annexed a document relating to audits. Is that right?
Correct? Yes.
That's at page 6,805 of the brief.
What page number?
6,805, Your Honour. Now, that document refers to contract compliance audits, which are said to consist of quality audits, monthly machinery, equipment, safety and compliance audits, and job behaviour observations. Is that right?
Correct? Yes.
And the document attaches at page 6,807 what is said to be an audit program. Is that right? I'll get that up on the screen for you. Mr. Bennett, could we scroll down, please?
I've got that screen in front of me on my secondary computer, if it makes it any easier.
Excellent, Mr. Bennett. So let me know if we get out of sync, but if you look at 6,807, does that document say in the, I think, second row, about the fifth column down next to quality as per contract specifications, and then
It does, yeah.
now, are you aware as to what those contract specifications are?
I'm unaware of the contract specifications.
Would you agree with me that the contract provides for the development of an audit plan?
Could you ask that question again, sorry?
Well, perhaps we'll do it this way. Could the witness be shown page 2,432 of the brief? If you see, can we zoom in on 9.2a, please, Mr. Martin? Mr. Bennett, could you read 9.2a to yourself?
Would you be able to zoom in on that maybe 2 more clicks?
We'll try.
Or even 1 more? If you could scroll to the right for me, please. And then back left. I've read that and have a general understanding of it, I think.
Yes. Does that clause of the contract require Asplin to develop an audit plan that extends to include, among other things, inspections and clearances?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether Asplin in fact developed an audit plan?
I am unaware of an audit plan that may have been provided to Essential Energy on that contract. I'm not aware of that, no.
And besides this audit program that we have at page 6,807 that I took you to earlier, that I trust you might still have up on your other screen, are you aware of any document setting out Asplin's policies and procedures in relation to the conduct of audits?
I believe Asplin's internal systems for managing our employees and subcontractors comes out of the SEQ manual that I've provided here.
Sorry, can I ask you to repeat that, Mr. Bennett?
I believe that Asplin's internal systems for auditing staff and or contractors on contractors is the SEQ manual that I've provided here.
So this document represents your system for auditing. Is that right?
It does, yes.
And if there were any further systems for auditing, you'd expect to know about them, wouldn't you, Mr. Bennett?
I would, yes.
But really, this document doesn't provide any guidance as to how audits are to be conducted.
I don't believe in the quality audit section of that document, no.
Well, is there anywhere else in that document that there is provision or specific provision made for how audits are to be conducted?
Not that I'm aware of in reference to quality audits.
Just so we're clear, when we say quality audit, is that an audit of the work that's performed by Asplin under its contract with Essential?
Vegetation quality audits.
Yes, so it would include, a quality audit would include an audit of cutting works that were conducted by Asplin or its subcontractors.
Yes.
Now, were there, to your knowledge, any requirements in relation to the percentage of jobs that were done that needed to be subject to an audit?
I don't believe that there was a nominated percentage of quality audits that were required under the contract.
Well, how did you decide which jobs to audit?
I know, and it might not be documented, I know that we would aim to undertake a 10% quality audit on completed VMAs.
When you say completed VMAs, were those audits conducted subsequent to cutting works being completed in relation to the VMAs?
Yes.
So they were not conducted after the completion of scoping works, but prior to cutting works being completed?
I don't believe there were targeted audits of the scope. No, it was more focused on the cutting.
And why not, Mr. Bennett?
I can't answer that question.
Do you think it would have assisted to conduct audits of the scoping work to ensure that that work was in fact being performed appropriately?
Yes, that would have been beneficial.
When it comes to selecting the areas for auditing, was it done entirely at random, or was there some kind of targeting of, for example, high-risk areas?
There was no targeting from our end in general, what we'd call post-cut auditing of completed trimming tasks. The focus would be on a VMA being complete or very close to being completed and undertaking a 10% audit on those completed works.
Were there any instructions provided to the persons conducting the audit as to how that task should be performed?
Not as to how the task should be performed from memory. They would audit those spends as per the VMCR requirements.
would they audit the spans, or were they directed to audit the spans in their entirety, or merely those trees that had been subject to cutting works?
The entirety of that span would have been audited.
Well, were they directed to do so? Or is it just your expectation today that they would have conducted the audit in that way?
The instruction to the auditors were to audit that span to the VMCR compliance to ensure that there were no vegetation incursions in that span inside of the VMCR requirements, that no vegetation was to come inside of the minimum vegetation requirements in between cyclic treatments, and it would have been to identify tier 2 defects that could have potentially still been remaining in the span.
Well, if the audits were directed to, I withdraw that, if the audits were connected entirely with cutting works and clearance work, I withdraw that. If the audits were connected entirely with cutting works, would you not have expected that the focus would have been on tier 1 defects and clearances in the context of those audits?
I think those audits were undertaken to ensure that the spans were compliant with the VMCR requirements.
But you provided no written or other, sorry, I withdraw that. You provided no written guidance to the subcontractors or to Asplin personnel in respect of the requirement you were talking about before as to how an audit would be performed and what an auditor was required to look for?
No, I don't believe I would have sent a written instruction yet.
Mr Bennett, you attended the easement on the 31st of January 2017, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And on that day there were some sky trim operators present?
Yes, there were.
And you were there to conduct a job behaviour observation, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And there's some guidance as to what a job behaviour observation entails at pages 6,808 and following of that document that we've been looking at, that being the document behind MRB 6, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
That document makes it clear, doesn't it, that the focus of job behaviour observations is on ensuring that works are performed safely, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So there's nothing in the job behaviour observation that requires, as part of that task, an assessment of whether tier 1 and tier 2 defects in a given area have been correctly identified?
Don't believe there's such direction. No, not in the document.
When you attended the easement on the 31st of January 2017, you were in the span between poles 63638 and 63639 for about an hour, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
The sky trim crew that you were conducting a job behaviour observation of were conducting cutting, not scoping, weren't they?
They were undertaking vegetation treatment, yes.
And you wouldn't conduct a JBO, I would draw that. Would you conduct a JBO of someone performing only scoping works?
Yes, there is the ability to do that.
Yes, but did you ever do that?
I don't believe I did, no.
Because the focus is, of course, on safety, and scoping works are probably not particularly unsafe relative to cutting works.
I would agree with that, yes.
So in the hour that you were on site, you didn't focus on the presence of possible Tier 2 defects, did you?
That was not my primary focus whilst I was in the span undertaking the JBO, no.
And you didn't see any such defects, did you?
I did not see any defects, no.
Well, if I ask you to assume that in that particular span there were at least 4 dead or dying trees in close proximity to the line, if you were paying attention to, I'll withdraw that, in circumstances, if I ask you to assume that there were 4 dead or dying trees in close proximity to the line, you'd expect, wouldn't you, that if you were paying attention or close attention to Tier 2 defects, you would have noticed those trees? Or some
Yes,
of those trees?
Yes, I believe I would have noticed those trees.
Or some of those trees?
Yeah.
Was that the only job behaviour observation you did in the easement, Mr Bennett?
It is, yes.
When you were conducting that job behaviour observation, did you notice that there were a number of large anthills or termite hills in the vicinity of the easement?
I did not notice those, no.
And you also attended the easement after this bushfire on the 20th of March 2018?
That date sounds correct.
If it
Yes.
assists you, refer to that in your first statement, which is tab 74 of the brief. Do you recall, Mr Bennett, whether on that day you made any observations of dead trees?
On the 20th?
Yeah, on the date that you were in the easement after the bushfire.
No. I believe, and I'm going to go off my statement here, I did not see any dead trees in the easement at that time of the visit. I believe in my statement I made mention of something that I could see up the top of the hill about 3 spans in that could have been a dead tree or could have been a pole on the ground.
Were you looking for dead trees?
When I was there on the 20th, I would have been looking for forms of dead trees, yes.
But you didn't see any?
No.
What exactly did you do on the 20th of March when you were in the easement?
I didn't have access to the easement. I believe I pulled up just short of the easement, and there were police officers there. And I spoke to the police officers, took a photo looking up the hill back towards Reedy Swamp Road, spoke to the police officers briefly and then left site.
So you didn't, for example, walk up and down the easement?
No, I did not.
You did take a photograph?
I did.
Can the witness be shown page 2675 of the brief? Could we zoom in a little bit in that photograph? Mr Bennett, is that the photograph you took on the 20th of March 2018?
It is, yes, and I have access to that in front of me at the moment also.
You see on the right-hand side of the image in the middle of the page a large ant or termite mound?
I do directly opposite, there's a yellow sign there.
A yellow sign? Not sure I see.
I think I can see what you're pointing at there on the right hand side of the photograph. I can see a ants mound, termite mound.
Yes. Thank you. Your Honour, I have one more topic to cover with Mr Bennett, but I note that it's morning tea time. I'm not...
Mr Bennett, we'll take the morning tea adjournment now for 20 minutes. Can you come back by about, within 20 minutes? Whether others
Okay.
come back within 20 minutes is yet to be seen. We'll adjourn for morning tea, thanks.
Mr. Bennett, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Now, a few minutes before we broke, I asked you about your job behaviour observations in January of 2017 on the 31st of that month. I asked you to assume that there were 4 dead or dying trees in close vicinity to the edge of the forest, and asked you whether, had you been paying attention to Tier 2 defects, you would have seen those trees, or expected that you would have seen those trees. And if I recall correctly, you answered yes to that question. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Would you expect that a scoper, in conducting their task, would have also observed such trees and
Yes. Yes.
identified them as Tier 2 defects,
Yes, to audit.
and in turn reported those defects to Asplund?
Yes, that would be my expectation.
Now, in early 2018, you became aware, did you, of an increased focus on Essential's part on Tier 2 defects? Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And was that, to your understanding, connected to an IPART audit, that being the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal of New South Wales, that had been conducted in late 2017 or early 2018?
I believe that to be the case, yes.
Are you aware of any issues identified in that audit in relation to Tier 2 trees and the identification of such trees?
Those audit findings weren't provided to me, no.
Well, what did you understand about those audit findings?
I believed that there were findings regarding Tier 2 defects, which may have caused them some concern. I'm not aware of the exact findings out of that audit.
Were you told that there were concerns as a consequence of that audit that Tier 2 trees were not being identified?
I believe that the feedback that Essential received from IPART led them into undertaking their own internal investigations on Tier 2 defects where there were concerns raised.
And what were those concerns?
I believe those concerns were hazard trees being unidentified in pre-list inspections, hazard trees that had been identified that were still showing an incomplete status of over 180 days, 6 months, and tasks that were being identified as hazard trees where upon further investigation, the trees identified posed no risk to Essential Energy's network.
Yes. A hazard tree that had not been treated 6 months or 180 days after being identified, that would be a breach of the vegetation rectification timetable provided for in the VMCR, would it have?
I believe so, yes, at 6 months in age. I'm not exactly aware now at the timeframes, but there was also bits and pieces in the VMCR where they could be subject to a risk assessment as well.
Now, as a consequence of the concerns that you became aware of in relation to the identification of Tier 2 defect trees, you prepared a briefing paper, did you?
I did, yes.
Is that paper set out at MRB 6 to your statement?
I believe it. MRV 7.
MRV 7, that's right, thank you. That's page 6,813 of the brief, for Your Honour. Did you provide a copy of that briefing paper to Pinnacle?
I did, yep.
And in that briefing paper, I withdraw that, you did that on the 26th of February 2018, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that briefing paper, you observed that hazard trees had been identified as one of the number one risks to Essential Energy's business.
Yes,
And that there were issues in relation to the absence of the correct follow-up procedures.
that's correct, yes.
And that had in turn led to network incidents.
Yes.
And what do you understand the term network incidents to mean?
I believe that would be vegetation coming into contact with Essential Energy's assets, be it conductors, poles, stays.
And creating a risk of either bushfires or power outages?
Yes, either of those.
You observed in that briefing paper under the heading Action Required, it is imperative that inspectors understand both our legislative obligations, client expectations, and also Asplin's company procedures when undertaking pre-list inspections and the identification of hazard trees. That's right.
That's correct, yes.
You included that, did you, because you had a concern that Asplin's subcontractors didn't have the understanding that you refer to in that paragraph?
I don't believe I had a concern that my subcontractors didn't have an understanding of that. I believe from the issues that were raised above to myself from Essential Energy, I needed to reiterate the fact or reiterate with my scopers what they needed to be aware of.
Well, you became aware in April 2017, didn't you, of at least some issues in relation to Asplin and their scoping?
Yes.
Did those issues cause you any concern in relation to whether they appropriately understood their obligations or the requirements of the VMCR in relation to Tier 2 defects?
Yeah, that did raise concern with myself, yes.
Did you take any steps to address those concerns with Pinnacle between April 2017 and the bushfires in March 2018?
Personally, I don't believe I distributed any briefing papers to the best of my knowledge to raise those concerns, no. I believe we undertook the briefing paper from Brent, which we were referring to earlier in that time frame.
This is the briefing paper that we spoke about before that's attached to Mr Kerrisk's statement. Is that what you're referring to there?
That's correct, yes.
And to be fair to you, you provided this briefing paper to Asplin before the bushfires?
Yes.
I should say, sorry, the subcontractors rather than Asplin.
The subcontractors, and I've got two Asplin employees in there on the attendance register, being Emmett Seaman and Tom White.
And what did they do?
They were my general foreman for the Bega and Maruya area.
Did you provide the document to them because you had some concerns that Asplin's personnel might not appropriately understand the obligation to identify Tier 2 defects?
No, that's not the case. I just believe that those two, being foremen out in the field, should have an understanding of the briefing paper that was being distributed to the scopers at the time.
Now, if we go under the heading Action Required, and if you look at the fourth dot point, that dot point indicates that Asplund is to ensure all identified hazard trees are supplied to Essential Energy within the allocated time frame, that being within 1 month of identification.
Yes, I can see that.
The requirement is not to supply, I withdraw that, the requirement in the VMCR is not to require or not to supply the defect to the energy company within 1 month. It is to rectify the defect within a month, isn't it?
I don't believe the VMCR says that it's to be rectified within a month. No?
Well, if you look at page 6,815, which is 2 pages over, you have the rectification times there for the various defect categories. Does it say, in relation to a Tier 2 defect, 1 month unless subject to risk assessment, up to a maximum of 6 months?
It does. Yes.
That would suggest that the defect has to be rectified within 1 month, not merely identified.
I would agree with that. Yes. Unless it was subject to a risk assessment.
Yes, of course. Now, on the next page, page 6,814, you identify a set of procedures, and you indicate that this is at the bottom of the page under the headline Procedures. Can you see that?
Yes.
And you indicate that vegetation surrounding network infrastructure shall be visually identified for Tier 2 vegetation defects while on site as part of the vegetation management process. The inspection shall be conducted during the undertaking of normal vegetation clearing and inspection. And you go on to say, the area inspected shall not be limited to the minimum vegetation clearances and or easement width, but shall assess all areas readily visible from the vicinity of the network assets. In providing that instruction, and in particular the last sentence, you were keen to emphasise that scoping works needed to include a consideration of not only Tier 1 defects but also Tier 2 defects, weren't you?
I believe that 8.1.5 VMCR and procedures is an extract out of the VMCR. So it's the expectation from Essential Energy under the VMCR document.
And in providing that, you wanted to emphasise that scoping work needed to include the identification of Tier 2 defects, didn't you?
Correct. Yes.
And that, I withdraw that, because there was a concern that scoping works conducted previously had not adequately identified Tier 2 defects.
I object, Your Honour. My learned friend identify whose concern that is said to be.
Because there were concerns that you became aware of, held by Essential Energy, that Tier 2 defects were not being adequately identified.
I would agree with that it was the concern of Essential Energy, yes.
And you told us before that you've had your own concerns in relation to the adequacy of the scoping works performed by Pinnacle.
I did. Yes.
And on the same day that you sent this briefing paper around, you held a teleconference with the Pinnacle people and the Asplund people, the 2 Asplund people you mentioned before?
I did, yes.
And subsequent to that, there was a change in procedures involving a DSA smart sheet, is that right?
I don't believe that was in January.
Well,
I believe that process may have changed in March or from the time of March.
So this meeting we're talking about was the 26th of February 2018, and sometime after that there was a change in the process in relation to Tier 2 defects, is that right?
There was, yes.
But that process hadn't been fully rolled out by the time of the bushfires on March 18, 2018.
No.
Sorry, you were just a bit muffled for some reason there. Could you repeat that answer?
I don't believe so, no.
That's much clearer. And indeed, you prepared an updated briefing notes in July of 2018 to reflect that change. You'll find that at tab 10, I think, to your statement, MRB 10. And the amendments to your briefing paper appear from pages 6,822 onwards.
I have that in front of me.
Yes. Does that set out the changes to the processes undertaken in relation to Tier 2 defect trees and the identification thereof?
It shows the changes or the change to process of recording the hazard trees in Asplin's collector system.
Yes, I should have said identification to other parties, so the communication of those Tier 2 defects.
I would agree with that, yes.
And you had a series of briefings with Asplin's general foreman and subcontractors in July and August of 2018 in relation to these processes.
I don't recall those briefings. Sorry, yes. So this safety briefing was distributed in July, early August to my general foreman and to staff and subcontractors.
Why do you call it a safety briefing?
Sorry, this briefing paper. I used the wrong terminology there.
Yes, and during the course of, if we look at the next page over, you'll see the next tab over, which starts at 2,828. And if we look, for example, at, 6,828, if we look, for example, at 6,830, you'll see some meeting minutes, which, for example, under 1, the heading 1, refer to the discussion of hazard tree assessment processes.
Yes.
And so you identified, or I withdraw that, you became aware of the issues raised by Essential in about February of 2018, and you're only having these briefings with general foremen and subcontractors in July and August 2018. Is there any reason for that delay?
I believe the original briefing paper that I put together addressed Essential Energy's concerns in January 2018. And furthermore, to put this out to the rest of the business with the changes that have been made into Tier 2 defect identification and the collector application to everyone else.
Having regard to the timing of those briefings and the timing of the briefing paper itself, there would have been no material change to the processes undertaken by Asplin prior to the fire in relation to Tier 2 defect trees. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question for me, sorry?
Having regard to the fact that that briefing paper was originally prepared on the 26th of February 2018, and the additional paper that circulated the new processes regarding the communication of Tier 2 defects was not provided until July 2018. There would have been no change to Asplin's procedures regarding the identification of Tier 2 defect trees prior to the bushfires in March 2018?
I believe the process changes were being implemented in that period of time and had been finalised by the time I distributed this briefing paper in July.
Yes, so they certainly hadn't been completed by 18 March 2018.
No.
Those are my questions, unless there's one other matter. I'm sorry, Mr Bennett, can you provide us with an overview of what your system is now in relation to the auditing of ground-based scoping?
I'm unaware of what the system is at present. I haven't been on that contract for the best part of 11 months.
Yes, so you changed positions in 2019, August?
I did, yes.
And have you seen a document recording any changes to scoping procedures?
I have not, no. I know there may have been amendments to COP 2021 and the VMCR.
And have you seen a document recording any changes to audit procedures?
I have not seen any formal document, no.
And are you aware of any additional training that's been provided in relation to auditing of scoping?
Formally, no. I'm not aware.
Are you aware, Mr Bennett, as to whether there have been any changes to the competency assessments of scopers in that onboarding process?
I believe, just from my general insight into the vegetation.
Stop you there, Mr Bennett. I think we're having another problem with our sound recording system.
I do believe it's due to the rain that the building has experienced, because it's not just here, it's also in other levels. Sorry, Mr Bennett, but we have to adjourn again to reboot the computer system. Another 10 minutes, thanks. Hopefully we'll have a smooth sailing afternoon.
Mr Bennett, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Before we had the technical difficulties, I was asking you whether you were aware of any changes to the assessment of employees, of subcontractors. I might start again, Your Honour.
No.
Sorry, Mr Bennett, we're having some serious echoing problems here.
I can hear that. I can hear that.
Thank you.
You're okay, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Mr Bennett, can you hear me again?
I can, yes.
Thank you. So I was asking you before about whether you were aware of any changes that had been made to the process by which the competency of subcontractors' employees was assessed by Asplund.
I'm not aware of any changes to those assessments by Asplund, no.
And are you aware of any changes to the training requirements of Asplund, or indeed Essential, since the time of the bushfire?
I do believe there has been amendments or additional training documentation input into the ESI Cert 2 certificate.
So, in your understanding, there has been some changes to the content of that certificate. Are you aware of what those changes or additions are?
Specifically, no, just from what I've heard from people coming in and out of that course, that there is now there's now more input into Tier 2 and hazard tree identification in the scoping module of that.
Are you aware of whether there is a document recording that, Mr Bennett?
No, I'm not aware of that document.
Well, perhaps we'll make some inquiries with your solicitors in relation to that. Anything else? No further questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Cheney, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Bennett, it's Richard Cheney here. I'm counsel for Essential Energy. Can you see me?
Can see, yes, Richard, and I can hear.
So the scoper who is tasked with scoping in rural vegetation management areas will often be dealing with forests of trees on either side of the electrical infrastructure, correct?
They would be dealing with that in certain scenarios, yes.
And one such scenario is the easement, the very subject of this inquiry.
I would say that's a heavily vegetated easement, yes.
On both sides of the easement.
Yes, I'd agree.
And indeed, all of the electrical infrastructure in the VBEGA 1533 vegetation management area sits in rural land, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if I ask you to assume that Mr Kerisk gave evidence yesterday that the VBEGA 1533 vegetation management area involved 174 poles with spans averaging 200 to 250 metres in length, would that accord with your feel for the size of the area?
Roughly, Yes, I don't have knowledge of how many poles are in that area or approximate general span lengths, but I have to say 150 to 200 spans in VMA would sound correct. Yes.
So if the total linear length of spans was about 44 kilometres, and most of them involve vegetation both sides of the span, the total area for a scoper's review within that vegetation management area would be close to 80 to 88 kilometres in length, correct?
Don't have a calculator on me to work that out, sorry. So you'd be anticipating if they are at roughly 200 metres a span, there'd be 80 odd kilometres worth of network to inspect?
Yes, if they're inspecting both sides of the easement and the linear length of the area under review is somewhere between 40 and 44 kilometres, the total area to be scoped has a frontage of about 88 kilometres, doesn't it? In that vegetation management area.
Without being able to do the maths, I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know how long the network would be.
You were asked yesterday, and this is at transcript 459, you're on line 43, that the question was put to you, if there were a large number of trees beyond the outer limits of the stand of vegetation that could nevertheless fall on the power line, you might expect the scoper to look more closely at the trees in the stand. And you answered, I would want them to undertake an assessment on the vegetation they could see. I don't believe they should be walking off the edge of the easement, 10 to 15 metres off the edge of the easement, looking for defects. Do you recall giving that evidence yesterday?
I do recall that, yes.
If the scoper sees nothing at the edge of the easement that indicates that some 10 to 15 metres into the bushland there might be a dead tree that might pose a risk to the network, you would not expect the scoper to nevertheless head into the bushland for the purpose of confirming that position.
I'm sorry, the end of that question just cut out. Could you ask it again?
Yes. If the scoper sees nothing at the edge of the easement that puts he or her on suspicion about the prospect of there being hazard trees some 10 to 15 metres into the bushland, if there's no indication when one stands within the easement of that fact, you would not expect the scoper to nevertheless wander into the bushland in order to inspect what might be happening 10 to 15 metres from the easement. Correct?
That's correct. I would agree with that, yes.
And if, for example, a hazard tree stands some 11 metres into the bushland away from the easement, but could not be seen from the scoper's position within the easement, so that the scoper is unaware of it, you'd not expect the scoper to go wandering into the bushland looking for hazard trees 11 metres out from the easement, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No.
You've just got two completely different answers to the same question.
I thought he answered affirmatively to both propositions, namely that he would not expect.
Well, you said you would expect that they went in to have a look,
No, would not expect was the.
and now you've asked that you wouldn't expect them to.
No, both times I thought I said would not expect, Your Honour. And the witness.
No, I have recorded that you said you would expect that they would walk in.
Well, that was not my intention if I did
So
say
then
that.
you've asked them the same question twice then.
Well, no, one was dealing with the range 10 to 15 metres, which was what the witness gave yesterday, and the second question was dealing with the specific distance of 11 metres.
If you saw a tree on the easement that was 10 to 15 metres high, why wouldn't you walk into the bush 10 to 15 metres, because you'd expect to be other trees 10 to 15 metres high to make sure they wouldn't be dead falling onto a line?
Because of the horrendous implications that such a policy would have for this scoping exercise, Your Honour, which will be
That's the job.
subject of final
Why is
submission.
that horrendous? That's the job.
You know, we are talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of trees in this in this area.
I don't need to talk about millions of trees at all, but that's the job, isn't it?
Well, no, that is the point. Your Honour, it is not the job. And,
Well, according to Mr. Worley, it is.
well, Your Honour, perhaps I can just explore that with this witness who is partly involved with performing the job. So you were taken to, well, perhaps, I don't know whether it's possible to have the transcript read back or not, whether I did ask questions in the form of Your Honour's note, because my firm recollection is the contrary, that I put to him that you would not expect the scoper to do those things both times.
Well, you started off saying that, but then you put the ultimate question, nothing on edge, no indication about anything, but you would expect that they went in. I might have misheard you, but that's what I've written. Yes, we can have it played back. Well, look, it doesn't really matter. Let's just start again. Your intention's not to ask that proposition, put that proposition to but put the contrary proposition that I've recorded.
I thought the witness understood it that way and answered it, that he would not have that expectation.
But then why ask the same question twice then?
Well, it was slightly different. The first question dealt with the 10 to 15 minute range that the witness gave evidence about yesterday. The second question dealt with precisely the situation here, and a tree 11 metres from the easement. Two different propositions.
What was the transcript? What was the transcript reference from yesterday, Mr.
Oh, from yesterday, Your Honour, it was here on Council for Essential Energy 459.43. 459.43.
Thank you. No, that's fine.
Energy, can you see me?
And see, yes, Richard, and I can hear you.
So the scoper who is tasked with scoping in rural vegetation management areas will often be dealing with forests of trees on either side of the electrical infrastructure, correct?
They would be dealing with that in certain scenarios, yes.
And one such scenario is the easement, the very subject of this inquiry. With spans averaging 200 to 250 metres in length. Would that accord with your feel for the size of the area?
Yeah. Roughly, yes. I don't have knowledge of how many poles are in that area or approximate general span lengths, but I have to say 150 to 200 spans in VMA would sound correct, yes.
So if the total linear length of spans was about 44 kilometres, and most of them involve vegetation both sides of the span, the total area for a scoper's review within that vegetation management area would be close to 80 to 88 kilometres in length, correct?
Calculator on me to work that out, sorry, so you'd be anticipating if they are at roughly 200 metres a span, there'd be 80 odd kilometres worth of network to inspect?
Yes, if they're inspecting both sides of the easement and the linear length of the area under review is 44 somewhere between 40 and 44 kilometres, the total area to be scoped has a frontage of about 88 kilometres, doesn't it? In that vegetation management area.
Without being able to do the maths, I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know how long the network would be.
You were asked yesterday, and this is at transcript 459, you're on line 43, that the question was put to you, if there were a large number of trees beyond the outer limits of the stand of vegetation that could nevertheless fall on the power line, you might expect the scoper to look more closely at the trees in the stand. And you answered, I would want them to undertake an assessment on the vegetation they could see. I don't believe they should be walking off the edge of the easement, 10 to 15 metres off the edge of the easement, looking for defects. Do you recall giving that evidence yesterday?
I do recall that, yes.
If the scoper sees nothing at the edge of the easement that indicates that some 10 to 15 metres into the bushland there might be a dead tree that might pose a risk to the network, you would not expect the scoper to nevertheless head into the bushland for the purpose of confirming that position.
Sorry, the end of that question just cut out. Could you ask it again?
If the scoper sees nothing at the edge of the easement that puts him on, he or her on suspicion about the prospect of there being hazard trees some 10 to 15 metres into the bushland, if there's no indication when one stands in the easement of that fact, you would not expect the scoper to nevertheless wander into the bushland in order to inspect what might be happening 10 to 15 metres from the easement. Correct?
That's correct, I would agree with that, yes.
And if, for example, a hazard tree stands some 11 metres into the bushland away from the easement, but could not be seen from the scoper's position within the easement, so that the scoper is unaware of it, you'd not expect the scoper to go wandering into the bushland looking for hazard trees 11 metres out from the easement, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No.
I stand corrected.
You've got two completely different answers to the same question.
I took the nevertheless.
I thought he answered yes. Sorry, it's
Well, I took the nevertheless as being that even if you didn't see anything, you would not expect nevertheless.
You would not expect nevertheless to go.
Anyway. All right. So, Mr. Bennett, your evidence is that you would not expect a scoper to go 10 to 15 metres into the bush to see if there was a dead or dying tree?
If he didn't know it was there, then no, I would not expect him to go looking for it.
And that would also apply for 11 metres in.
If the scoper did not identify that tree while he was patrolling that section of the line, if he didn't see it, then I wouldn't expect him to go looking for it.
Thank you.
So you were asked some questions earlier this morning about the amended briefing paper that you prepared in July 2018 that's Annexure 10 to your statement.
Recall that?
Do you have that document available to you electronically or in hard copy where you're sitting?
I do, yes. I have it on my computer in front of me.
Can you turn up that document at page 6822 of the bundle? It's tab 240 in volume 17 of the Wood Brief.
No, page 6822 in front of me.
You see on that page of that document, in the top of it, under the heading Procedures, you reported or you advised that vegetation surrounding network infrastructure shall be visually inspected for Tier 2 vegetation defects while on site as part of the vegetation management process. This inspection shall be conducted during the undertaking of normal vegetation clearing/inspection The area inspected shall not be limited to the minimum vegetation clearances and/or easement width or equivalent, but shall assess all areas readily visible from the vicinity of the network assets. You see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And that last passage, namely that the inspection shall assess all areas readily visible from the vicinity of the network asset, reflects, does it not, the policy that we've just been speaking about. That is, that a scoper doesn't go wandering into the bushland to inspect that which he or she does not know exists, but rather confines the inspections to that which can be readily visible from the vicinity of the easement.
Yep, I agree with that.
What would be, from your perspective, the implications of a policy that dictated that scopers wander into bushland, say 10 to 15 metres either side of a given electrical infrastructure where they have no relevant suspicion or concern about hazard trees in that area?
Could you just restate the start of that question, sorry?
What would be the implications for the scoper's workload of a policy that the scoper examine the bushland 10 to 15 metres from the electrical infrastructure in circumstances where the scoper has no reason to suspect hazard trees in that area? 10 to 15 metres from the edge of the easement.
It potentially could take days to undertake an inspection on one particular span, if they were undertaking their scope of works like that.
Would it have implications for the scheduling or programming of scoping works?
It would, yes.
In what way?
That instead of taking, say, 5 to 7 days to inspect, or 2 or 3 days to inspect a VMA with 150 spans, I don't think you'd be able to determine how long it would take to undertake that inspection, to be perfectly honest with you, and complete the VMA.
It would depend in part on the density of the forest, I gather.
It would.
Would there be situations where such a policy would see the scoper wandering onto private land?
I believe the scopers go onto private land on a regular basis to inspect Essential Energy's easements.
And where they do so with the permission, as you understand it, of the owner, pre-arranged?
I don't believe it's pre-arranged or predetermined with the customer that will be accessing their land. In certain scenarios where a customer has raised concerns or has requested a phone call prior to entering that land, then that contact may be made. But in a general scope of work, that feeder would be issued and the scopers would go and inspect that feeder without contacting the landowners prior.
Could the witness, this might be difficult, but there's an annexure to Mr. Kerr's statement, annexure 24, which relevantly it's page 6,584. It was actually a document to which this witness was taken this morning, but so it's BMK 24.
Red sheet, that's, Mr Martin's got that on screen now.
Yes, so I don't know whether it's possible to blow up the left-hand, yes, those two left-hand columns, but sir, do you recognise this spreadsheet, which comprises part of a document that you were taken to earlier this morning?
Could you zoom in on it a little bit more? Sorry, I can't read the titles or context. I don't recognise the spreadsheet, and I think column A says restriction type contact before access.
Yes, I think it reads contract before access, but I think it's intended to be contact before access. You see in the second column, column B, a series of notes about contact details for various owners that the scoper is to contact before entering.
I can see those notes there, yes.
And have you seen a document of this type before today?
Without seeing the whole of the spreadsheet, I believe Essential Energy at the start of the contract and may have provided some point during the contract an updated spreadsheet of customer contact details and concerned customer or known concerned customers.
The purpose of doing so, as you understand it, is to allow contact to be made with an owner before a scoper enters that owner's land.
Yes.
And the spreadsheet provides, among other things, helpful hints about the fact that there's a savage dog at a particular person's premises and they should ring the bell rather than ploughing on in.
It does, yes.
You were asked a bit earlier, perhaps we can take that document away.
What's the name of that document?
Well, it's BMK 24, which starts at 6578. And I think Mr. Bennett was asking questions about it this morning as about the easement, the cover, the email at the front, but not that particular document that forms part of it. It's introduced at paragraph 65 of Mr. Kerrick's supplementary statement. At page 6374.
Thank you.
So do you recall being asked some questions a bit earlier in which you were asked to assume that there are 4 dead or dying trees close to the edge of an easement? And you were asked whether, if you were looking for hazard trees or tier 2 defects, you would have identified such dead or dying trees as tier 2 trees. Recall?
I do remember that.
And you were asked whether you would expect a scoper conducting the same task would also have observed such trees and identified them as tier 2 trees. Recall being asked that proposition and agreeing with it? That is, agreeing that you would expect that of a scoper?
I do, yes.
The definition of a tier 2 defect, as you understood it in 2018 to apply, is the definition that you reproduced in your July 2018 briefing paper that we went to earlier. That is at tab 40, volume 17, page 68.
I believe the definitions and extracts out of the VMCR document in both the January and July briefing papers were from the VMCR that was current as of January 2018.
Yeah, and you helpfully imported that definition into your briefing, your amended briefing paper of July 2018 that you were taken to earlier, and which you can see at page 6821 of your annexures.
Yes, I can see that.
You see the definition reads dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that has been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable which in the opinion of the authorised officer constitutes a hazard to bare, covered or insulated aerial conductors or other network infrastructure in the event that it were to fall in the direction of the network asset. See that?
Yep, I can read that.
And that definition, as you understand it, contemplates that there will be room for judgment in the application of judgment by the scoper in determining whether a given tree meets the definition.
Can you rephrase the question for me, sorry?
Well, because the definition requires that the authorised officer have the opinion that a dead, dying or structurally unsound tree constitute a hazard to infrastructure, there's an element of judgment to be applied by the scoper on the ground. Do you agree?
Yes, and that judgment would come from his assessment while patrolling the span.
And if, for example, a scoper identifies a tree as dead, but regards it as structurally sound, nevertheless structurally sound, and posing no risk to the network, you would not expect that scoper to nominate that tree as a Tier 2 tree, correct?
Not in that circumstance that you've just described there, no.
And if you, I'll withdraw that. The short point is it not, Mr. Bennett, that a tree may well be dead, but not be structurally unsound, correct?
Isn't the policy or are you going with the policy of and? I think there's a couple of things in that, because the witnesses agreed with you that on the definition that you've provided him, a dead but not a hazard to the line isn't a matter that the scoper needs to report. But it might not be a hazard to the line because it's leaning the other way, not because it's not structurally unsound. So I think you need to clarify what it is that you're asking him. Because I thought the policy was dead, dying or structurally unsound, and you've put to him on the basis that a tree could be dead but not structurally unsound, which is different to what the policy is.
Yes, but what I'm suggesting, sir, is that, perhaps I'll put it this way, a tree may well be dead, but because it is structurally sound, it poses no risk to the network, no immediate risk at least to the network. Do you agree?
It would depend on the assessment made on that tree. If that tree was dead and higher than the conductors or posed a risk to the conductors or could impact the conductors, I'd expect that that tree was put back to Essential Energy to determine whether they wanted to remove it or not.
And one of the matters that would be weighed in the mix of the decision whether to remove it or not is to assess its structural soundness and whether it's an imminent threat of falling on the lines. Do you agree?
I'd agree that there'd be a visual assessment undertaken on that tree.
The short point is that merely nominating a tree as dead tells you nothing about whether that tree needs to be removed immediately without more. Correct?
Correct, I'd agree.
There are literally hundreds of thousands of dead trees in any given stand of forests in Australia, are there not?
There would be, yes.
Many of them stand for many years without toppling. Correct?
I would agree, yes.
If the task of the scoper was as simple as reporting any dead tree that the scoper sees from the easement, you would expect in the role that you had as at 2018 to receive many, many reports of dead trees back from Pinnacle, would you not?
I would, yes.
You were asked some questions about the random job behaviour observation task that you undertook in the easement in January of 2017, recall?
I do recall those questions, yes.
And I think at paragraph 16 of your supplementary statement, which is at, do you know where?
Tab 239.
Tab 239, page 6766. You said of that visit that at all times during the job behaviour observation, I remained inside the easement and I did not notice any hazard trees. It's my usual practice when attending spans to keep an eye out for any particular vegetation issues, although I did not specifically focus on Tier 2 defects and I did not notice any issues at this time. Now, you gave some evidence this morning to similar effect, namely that it wasn't your focus at the time to be looking for Tier 2 hazard trees. But may we take it that had you indeed seen such trees in the hour that you were there, you would have recorded as much?
If I had identified T2 defects that crew were not going to remove or reduce the height of, I would have questioned or gone back to my data to see whether that had been input into the collector system or whether that had been scoped.
Yes. Pardon me, ma'am. Pardon me, mate. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Lloyd? Oh, sorry, Ms Johnston, you there?
No.
Oh, it's not, sorry, Mr Lloyd?
No questions, Your Honour.
All right. Mr Wijaya, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Smythe?
Just a few points of clarification, if I may, Your Honour. So can you see me and hear me?
I can hear you, I can't see you.
Oh, lucky you. I'm not quite sure what we can do about that. I don't know that the witness
Can't
needs to
see
see
you.
me particularly, Your Honour. Just take it from me, I'm another barrister. Would you agree with me, sir, that the obligation in relation to Tier 2 defects is to identify dead, dying or structurally unsound trees as far as practicable?
Yes, I would agree.
And can I ask Mr Martin, please, to show you page 5325? Oh, that was quick. Thank you very much. Now, this is the VMCR illustration of a Tier 2 defect. Sir, do you see that on your screen?
I do, yes.
And when I was just asking you a moment ago about reasonable practicability, that's where you picked that language up from?
From the definitions from the VMCR, yes.
Yes. And can I suggest to you, without necessarily going to it, that this is where you got both the definition and the pictogram on page 6821 of MRB 10, which is your presentation of January. Do you agree with that, or would you like me to show that to you?
I'm not sure of the actual version number off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and have a look at that. It would have been the VMCR version that was in play as of January 2018.
Yes, I understand that. In that case, Mr. Martin, could I ask you to show the witness page 6821? Perfect, thank you. Sir, can you see that on your screen?
I can see the diagram, but I cannot read the text.
I wonder if Mr. Martin could maybe click plus one more time. Can you see the text now, sir?
No, I still cannot see that text.
Maybe one more click. How about now?
Yes, I can.
Thank
Yes.
you. And that, would you agree with me that that text is to the same effect as the text in the VMCR extract I took you to a moment ago?
I believe so, yes.
So it's still got that notion of reasonable practicability.
I can't actually see the whole of the text that's in there, but the...
No, I understand that, but if you look at the far right word on the top line, it's reasonably. And then if I ask
Yep.
Mr. Martin to scroll back to the left, practicable. So we've got reasonably practicable.
I can read that.
Yes, thank you. Could I ask Mr. Martin to zoom back out again so we can see the whole of that pictogram? So, sir, looking at this pictogram, would you agree with me that when one looks at the pole to the left of the pictogram and then looks into the forest and up the slope that's been drawn by the artist where the obvious tier 2 defect tree stands? Oh, I beg your pardon. My friend tells me I've been a bit unfair to you. The larger tree there, the third tree into the forest, that's an illustration of a very obvious defect, tier 2 defect. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
That's standing quite some way into the forest. Would you agree?
Hard to gauge off the diagram without there being some sort of scale measurement on it.
I understand that, but it's got two trees in front of it.
Yes.
So I would suggest to you that the person drawing this pictogram had in mind to convey that a hazard tree may not be standing in effect in the first row of a span, or of an easement, I should say. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
So the instruction that's being given by this picture and the surrounding text is that the definition of a tier 2 tree is that it might well be standing into the forest. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
And would you agree with me that one of the major points, if not the major point of this system of vegetation management, is to make sure that trees which could fall into network infrastructure do not fall into network infrastructure?
Tier 2 defects, tier 2 trees or hazard trees, yes.
Correct, yes. And so would you agree with me then that you would expect, as a starting point, scopers to be looking for tier 2 trees actively?
I would expect them to be actively looking for tier 2 defects in that span, yes.
Because that's, I suggest to you, that's what's conveyed by the notion of reasonable practicability. They are to be looking for tier 2 defects as far as reasonably practicable while conducting their scoping. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
So you were speaking to my friend Mr. Cheney a moment ago, and he put a number of propositions to you about what would have been the case if a scoper could not see a tier 2 defect tree from where the scoper was standing. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
I do recall that conversation,
Thank
yes.
you. But if I could return to that topic, if a scoper could see a tier 2 defect tree from where he or she was standing, you would expect the scoper to take steps in relation to that tier 2 defect tree.
Yes, if they had identified it, yes.
So your expectation would be then that the scoper is both on the lookout for tier 2 defect trees and is going to take steps if she or he sees one.
I would agree with that, yes.
And that's despite the possibility that the tier 2 defect tree that she or he sees might be 10 or 15 or 20 metres into the forest.
If they had identified that tree that they've identified poses a risk to the network, yes.
Thank you. So if they'd seen it, you'd expect them to take action.
I would, yes.
Yes, thank you. Can I offer you can I ask you to make these assumptions, sir, and just let me give you the list. If you assume that there can be seen from the easement a tree that is 20 metres tall, that is a different colour, the colour grey from the surrounding vegetation, that has no lower branches, that has light or no foliage, and is visible as being 5 to 10 metres into the forest, would you expect that to be identified as a tier 2 defect tree or a potential tier 2 defect tree?
If they had identified that, yes.
But given the qualities that I've indicated to you, if that had been seen, that would be a matter of concern to a scoper as a tier 2 defect, wouldn't it?
If it stood out from the rest of the vegetation that was in that span to the scoper at the time of their assessment, I would have expected them to go and look at that defect.
Thank you. Now, you indicated in a later part of the discussion you had with my friend Mr. Cheney that a lot of time might be taken up if there were particular requirements. So, for example, if the policy said you must go 15 metres into the forest, then that would likely lead to a blowout in the time that the scoping would take. Do you remember that discussion?
I do remember the discussion, yes.
And you told Her Honour this morning that you have actually visited the easement that's under discussion in this case.
I have spent time in that easement undertaking that JBO on the crew, yes.
Yes, that's right.
And after the fire, sorry.
No, you go. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I've been in that span, yes.
Yes, thank you. And so you remember, tell me if you agree with this, you'd remember that parts of that span are quite steep?
Yes.
And you've indicated to Her Honour that parts of it are quite densely forested?
They are, yes.
And would you agree with me that it's about a 600 metre easement to the bottom of Reedy Swamp Road?
I'm not sure how long the easement would be from the driveway from 558 to back up to Reedy Swamp Road. Is that the easement that you're questioning there?
Yes, that's right.
500 metres would seem fair, yes.
All right, well, if you take it from me that it's closer to 600, does that sound plausible?
I'd agree with you, yes.
So given those characteristics of the easement, how long would you expect a scoper to take to do scoping work in this easement?
But that's a tough question to answer without knowing sort of the weather conditions, etc., that the scoper would have been experiencing on the day that he was there.
I understand that the weather might be a variable, but perhaps if you could give Her Honour, say on
A pleasant day.
on a clear, well, on a
Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy, not raining.
yes. So on the pleasant day that Her Honour describes, could you take that as the lowest estimate, and then imagine that it's just shocking weather for one reason or another? Can you give us a range of what the best case to the worst case might be?
I believe to assess that section of network from my end would have taken the best part of an hour.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much for attending to my questions. Nothing further, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Bennett, can you see me?
I can, yes.
Mr Bennett, yesterday you were asked this question. The data that was provided to you as a consequence of scoping tasks that were undertaken, did it come in the form of a spreadsheet? And your answer was it did. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Do you have before you your supplementary statement?
I do, yes.
Could you please turn to paragraph 27 of that supplementary statement?
What page number of the brief?
It's page number 6773, Your Honour, behind tab 239. You see paragraphs, Mr Bennett, do you see paragraphs 27 through 31?
I do, yes.
Do those paragraphs deal with the receipt of information concerning tier 2 defect trees other than by way of spreadsheet?
They do, yes.
And at paragraph 28, 28 and 29, you deal with the process prior to March 2018. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And then from paragraph 30, from March 2018 to date. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And the change in procedure had nothing to do with the fire, did it?
It didn't. The changes to those procedures, I believe, were being discussed and implemented prior to targeted bushfires.
Thank you. Now, this morning, you asked some questions about the audit of scoping and cutting, and a proposition was put to you that you provided no written guidance to auditors as to how to do their job, and your response was to agree with that proposition. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Do you feel it was necessary to give instructions to those auditors?
Believe that they were auditing to Essential Energy's VMCR requirements, so it probably was not necessary to give those guys specific instructions as to what they were auditing to.
Would you expect them to be familiar with the VMCR requirements?
I would, yes.
You were also asked this morning to assume that in the span of the easement, so within the easement, that there were 4 dead or dying trees in close proximity to the power lines, and then you were asked, would you expect that if you were paying attention, you would have noticed those trees or some of them? And you answered yes. In answering that question, did you assume that the state of the tree, that is dead or dying, was visible to you?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honour. No further questions.
Anything in?
Yes, just a couple of things. You're asked some questions, Mr Bennett, by Mr Cheney about what you might be able to see and whether you might walk into the stand of forest to conduct an inspection. Just to be clear, you would expect a scoper to walk or, as appropriate, drive the line, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the entire line?
Yes, that's correct.
It's not, for example, to assume a single position within the line and look from that position?
Not in the Reedy Swamp easement. That wouldn't be my expectation. I'd expect them to patrol the whole line. If it was in a scenario where there was no vegetation at all in the span, then it wouldn't be my expectation if they didn't have to drive the entirety of that line.
But in the Reedy Swamp easement line, you'd expect them to walk the line and in fact you'd expect them to walk both sides of the line, wouldn't you?
I'd expect them to position themselves in that easement so they could undertake their inspection of the line appropriately in accordance to the VMCR.
And when you say appropriately, you mean in the context of that particular easement by walking the line, do you?
By driving or walking the line, if they deemed it necessary to do so.
Under what circumstances would it not be necessary to do so?
If it was a non-vegetated span, or if from multiple positions in that span they'd made an adequate assessment that they were happy with in accordance to the VMCR.
How would they get to the different multiple positions?
They could drive if it was accessible by vehicle, or they could walk to those multiple positions.
Thank you.
But having regard to the specific conditions of this particular easement, it would be necessary to move through the entire line one way or the other.
It would be, yes.
You're also asked some questions by Mr. Cheney in relation to the fact that there is some room for judgment on the part of the scoper in the context of the definition of a Tier 2 tree. Do you recall that?
I do.
The exercise of that judgment.
I don't think he said definition of a Tier 2 tree. It was about reporting, or reporting a Tier 2 tree.
Yes, it was
Sexual energy.
about the question of determining whether a tree was a Tier 2 tree that ought to be reported. There is room for judgment. That judgment, Mr. Bennett, needs to be, of course, based on the qualifications, experience and training of the relevant scoper, does it not?
It does. I would agree with that.
And using that judgment, qualifications, knowledge and experience, the scoper is required, if he or she identifies a potential Tier 2 defect tree, to in fact conduct an assessment of that tree as to whether it poses a hazard to the network assets.
There would be a visual assessment undertaken on what they had identified, yes.
And as part of that visual assessment, what would you expect them to do?
Or to expect them to look at the stability of the tree, so root balls. I would expect them to look at the structure of the tree, whether there was cracks. This would be a dead tree. I'd expect them to look for hollows in that tree, the lean of the tree, whether it was towards the network or away from the network.
You might also expect them, as part of, for example, assessing hollows in the tree, to sound the tree.
Would not be my expectation for them to sound the tree.
One way or the other, it would be necessary for a scoper to have sufficient training and experience to conduct that assessment process.
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honour.
Right. Mr. Bennett, that completes your evidence. Thank you for your time and commitment to this matter. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, before we move to the next witness, can I inform Your Honour that a decision has been made, because we are running behind time, not to call Mr Greg Fitzgerald or Jonathan Van Ray or Shane Bruckner, and I can indicate that none of the interested parties have indicated to me, at least, that they require any of those three witnesses for examination. Can I seek Your Honour's indulgence to have a short adjournment in order for Mr Travis Wiper to be called.
We'll adjourn till he's available. Thank you.
Your Honour, could Mr Travis Wiper be called, please?
Mr. Wiper, do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Mr Wiper, can you hear and see me?
I can, yep.
Would you please state your full name
Travis Lee Hartley Wiper,
and your present business address?
7 Ocean Street, Maroochydore, Queensland.
And your present occupation, please.
Managing Director, Pinnacle Arbor Pro.
And how long have you been the Managing Director of Pinnacle Arbo Pro?
15 years.
Mr Wiper, you've prepared a statement in relation to this inquiry, have you not?
I have.
Is it dated 30 May 2018?
Yes.
And do you have a copy with you?
I have a paper copy.
Have you read it recently?
I have.
Are there any matters that you wish to correct?
No.
Are you familiar with a document known as the Vegetation Management Common Requirement?
I am.
And are you familiar with the definitions contained within that document, in particular the definition of a Tier 1 defect?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the definition contained within the Vegetation Management Common Requirement of a Tier 2 defect?
I am.
In layperson's terms, is it fair to say that a Tier 1 defect is sometimes referred to as a grow-in hazard in relation to clearance?
Yep.
And in relation to a Tier 2 defect, is it common parlance to refer to it sometimes as a fall-in hazard?
Yes.
In relation to Pinnacle Arbor Pro, it was contracted, was it not, in 2016 to 2018 to Asplund, correct?
Correct.
To provide scoping services in the...
I should say that that arrangement continues, not just, it doesn't finish at 2018.
Thank you. And that was, if we just could deal with the period 2016 to 2018 for the time being, was to provide scoping services in the southern region of New South Wales.
Yes.
And in particular, that region picked up Maruya, Cooma, Bega, Jindabyne, did it not?
Yes.
And who was the relevant person in that southern region responsible for the oversight of those scoping services?
Managing Director, Roger Uby.
And to your understanding, was Mr. Uby...
Sorry, I said Managing Director. That's not correct. It was General Manager, sorry.
Quite. And to your understanding in that period, 2016 to 2018, was Mr. Uby a qualified scoper or not?
Yes.
And are you yourself a qualified scoper?
Yes.
And when did you first obtain your qualifications in relation to scoping?
It varies because I work across, I've worked through many states, but in regards to specifically the essential energy area, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, if we could just focus, I just want to get a feel, Mr. Wiper, when you first obtained your certification or competency to be able to perform scoping services.
In regards to being able to work specifically on the essential energy network, it would have been at the same time we commenced our work with Asplund, because that's the only time we'd been working on the essential energy network.
And was that?
But I have. Sorry.
Doing the best you can. What time frame was that?
That would have been,
2012?
yeah, no. Would that have been 2012? No, because we would have only just started working on the Asplin contract, so it would have been around that 2016.
All right. Now, in terms of Pinnacle personnel who were undertaking scoping duties from 2016 for Asplin, were there in essence three people, the first being Colleen Smithers, who had responsibility for the Bega area?
Yep, 3 people.
Stuart Donlan, who had general responsibility for the Cooma area?
Yep.
And Michael Jonas, who had responsibility for the Maruya area?
Correct.
And now, have you met Mr. Jonas?
Yep.
And when did you first meet him?
I would have done the initial induction with Michael, and I also did some mentoring with Michael as well.
Did he commence, to your understanding, with Pinnacle in the latter part of April 2016?
Yes. Yep.
And did he remain an employee of Pinnacle until around about the 25th of April 2017?
Sorry, bear with me.
Paragraph 23 of your statement, if it assists Mr. Wiper. Page 11 of 12.
That's correct.
And when Mr. Jonas came to work for Pinnacle in April of 2016, at that stage, what understanding, if any, did you have in relation to his experience, qualifications or training in relation to undertaking scoping duties?
Michael had worked under his part of his resume. I also helped interview Michael. He was working for another contractor. He'd been working in the industry for about 15 years, I think, from memory. So he'd been working for Actu AGL for the previous 12, from between 2015 and 2014. And then prior to that, he'd been working as a supervisor, as a tree cutter, the Sapphire Coast Tree Services, and that went for about 10 years and finished up in 2012.
Right. Dealing first with the Sapphire Coast Tree Services, to your understanding, in that period that he worked for that organisation, did he undertake a scoping role, or was it more a cutting, trimming type?
It was more of a supervisory role.
Do you know
my
whether
understanding.
he performed any duties in that period of time that he was employed by or engaged with Sapphire Coast Tree Services to undertake scoping duties?
I couldn't recall, sorry.
You mentioned, I think you said ACTEW.
Actu AGL, yep,
Are they based in the ACT?
they are.
Sorry, I didn't catch the name that you're calling them. ACT who?
It's Actu AGL, ACTEW, AGL.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wiper, they're based in the ACT, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Jonas performed any scoping duties in that 2-year period or 12-month period to which you referred a moment ago?
Well, I can't recall, sorry.
To your understanding, is ACTEW AGL a utility provider?
Yes.
What type of...
So I know that Michael was responsible for customer engagement in regards to vegetation management
And
with
was that...
Actu AGL.
Thank you. And was that in relation to urban areas or rural areas or both, or you don't know?
Their primary network is urban, but to the extent I would suggest most of his work would have been based around urban, but that would be a question for Michael.
Thank you, sir. Now, you mentioned that you were part of Mr. Jonas's induction into the organisation, correct?
Yep.
Do you remember when that induction took place?
So it's more of a mentoring process that we follow. So he would have gone through his initial training, and then prior to anyone starting, we'd sit in the car with them for a couple of weeks and work through the process with them of scoping and what the expectation is. So it would have been part of that, but the majority of that mentoring process initially would have been done by Roger Uby.
Do you yourself remember performing any part of that induction process or not?
Yeah, I did some work with a couple of days up in the Maruya area with Michael.
And do you remember what time frame we're talking about, Mr. Wiper?
No. Sorry.
In relation to, you mentioned that the induction process took place after some training. What was the training that Mr. Jonas received before he commenced his mentoring process?
Primarily the ECI training and his requirements under the under Essential Energies training matrix. He would have undertaken that first.
Could I ask you please to turn to annexure number 10 of your statement? It's page 2736 of Exhibit 1.
What was the number again, sorry?
TW10, attachment 10, Mr. Wiper. Towards the back of the statement.
What's the name of it?
It's the interlinked training statement of results.
Yep.
Is that the training to which you referred a moment ago that you believed he would have undertaken?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with these types of documents as part of your role as the Managing Director of Pinnacle Arbo Pro?
Yes.
And is it your role or is it Mr. Uby's role to cite these before someone is certified or approved to undertake the role of a scoper for Pinnacle?
That would be Kailis Darsovic, who works in the office.
Do you see there that it appears that Mr. Jonas enrolled with interlinked training on the 28th of April 2016?
Yep.
Do you have a recollection as to how the course or courses were run? Was it on a given day or is it online? How?
No, it would have been. Sorry, it would have been face to face, and it would have been over a couple of days, 3 or 4 days.
And that's paid for by Pinnacle, I take it?
That's true.
Now, do you see there that below the date of enrolment, we see a column headed date achieved, 30 April 2016, for a number of units of competency?
Yep.
And then the last column on the right-hand side is headed results, CT.
Yep.
According to the document, that means credit transfer.
Yep.
What's your understanding of the effect of CT, credit transfer, in respect of those particular units of competency?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Well, does it suggest to you that perhaps Mr Jonas did not undertake any courses with intellect training because he received a credit transfer from some other training organisation?
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Do you know who that other training organisation was?
Not offhand.
Do you hold records that demonstrate that Mr Jonas was competent in respect of each of those units of competency that we see on TW attachment 10, page 2736, prior to his commencement as a scoper for Pinnacle?
Yes, we would have that, yep.
Have you yourself, Mr Wiper, undertaken the unit of competency which we see at the foot of the table, which is UETTDR V for Victor, C24 capital A, assess vegetation and recommend control measures in an ESI environment?
I would have probably had a similar thing too, some credit transfer, because I've been working in the industry for so long.
Yeah, I take it today you have no recollection of what the subject matter of that unit of competency is?
I've got a feel for it, yeah, but not in detail.
Well, just dealing with your feel, does it require a candidate to have a appreciation in respect of visual tree assessment?
No, it's primarily focused around safety.
Safety. Thank you. Does it have, as far as your feel is concerned, provide an appreciation to a candidate in relation to tree risk assessment?
No.
Do any of these units of competency, in your opinion, provide detailed tuition in relation to the identification of Tier 2 defects?
No. It's primarily based around safety and working close to the electrical network.
Do I take it then that one of the reasons, at least, as to why your organisation provides a mentoring program, if I can use that word, or role, is to supplement an employee's training in relation to the identification of hazardous trees?
Yeah, somewhat, amongst other things. Yep.
Can I just deal with what your understanding is as to what took place in that 2-week period that Mr Jonas and Mr Uby provided the mentoring? Do you understand what took place?
I don't know what took place, but I do know what would typically happen, because I wasn't obviously in the car with them, or working with them, but generally Roger would work very closely with Michael in regards to establishing what the requirements are, the essential energy and aspirant requirements are. They would go through and they would inspect, they would learn what incursions are allowed and what's outside the specification. They would learn how to use the collector application that we have, and as a component of that, they would also deal with Tier 2 trees. So they would deal with Tier 1 trees and Tier 2 trees. That would be my expectation.
In respect of your expectation, at least, was there a greater emphasis in respect of Tier 1 grow-in type hazards as opposed to Tier 2 fall-in type hazards?
At that stage, I'd say yes.
And why do you say that?
Because that's where the majority of the intrusions are. But they would, because it's a mentoring process, you're actually physically scoping in the field, and in that 2-week window, you have to come across lots of different scenarios, as you can appreciate. and not all the scenarios are covered off. So if you go into an area where there's a lot of hazardous trees, then there would have been a stronger focus on hazardous trees. But if there was in the area for the 2 weeks you're working, there wasn't a lot of hazard trees, then there wouldn't have been as much of a focus on hazard trees. It still would have been covered off, but it's being practical learning. You don't get exposed to everything all the time.
And as part of your expectation as to what may have taken place as part of that 2-week mentoring process, would you have expected that Roger, that is Mr. Youb, would have identified to Mr. Jonas particular attributes of a dead or dying or structurally unsound tree?
Yes.
And for Her Honour's benefit, what are some of those common characteristics or attributes that would put a scoper on notice, or at least raise his or her index of suspicion that a tree might be dead, dying or structurally unsound?
There's quite a lot. Defoliation of the tree, obviously a dead tree, trees with acute lean towards the line or away from the line, cavities, bifurcations, heaving of a tree in the soil profile. So lots of different things.
By way of example, if a scoper was to either walk or drive a particular power line easement, and in and around that particular power line easement there was a number of termite mounds or nests, would that in and of itself, in your opinion at least, raise the scoper's index of suspicion in relation to the possibility of dead or decaying or dying or structurally unsound tree as a result of termite activity?
Not necessarily, no.
And why do you say that?
Because termites there's obviously lots of different species of termites. Some are arboreal termites, which affect trees, but generally termites are living in dead tissue, not living tissue. And when you're walking through the Australian bush, there's termites everywhere. There's termite mounds everywhere, but there's different types of termites.
But does it not at least put, potentially at least, a scoper on notice that there might be termites living within a tree that could cause it to be structurally unsound?
Potentially, but I mean, there's a strong focus on termites. There's a lot of other things that could be focused that could cause a similar issue as well.
Now, I just want to move now to a presentation, a scoping presentation. Could Mr. Wiper be taken to volume 17, to BMK tab 22? My apologies, it's page 6578. It's BMK 24. Mr. Wiper, do you see there an email dated the 22nd of September 2016? And I'll try and have it magnified so it's easier for you to read. It's from Brent Kerisk of Aspland. It's sent to yourself and Roger Youb and Lucas Smith. And it relates to a Year 2 scoping presentation. Do you see that?
Yep.
And if we go to the next page, page 6579, want you to assume that that's the attendance register for the scoping brief year 2. Lucas Smith, Colleen Smithers, Stuart Donlan, Mick Jonas, Travis Joyner and Roger Youb are Pinnacle personnel, are they not?
Yes.
And to your understanding, is David Elliott, Mark Bennett, Stephanie Speedy and Brent Kersick Asplin personnel?
I don't know, Stephanie.
Do you have a recollection in relation to this particular briefing or not?
No, I don't, sorry.
Do you recall receiving a copy of the briefing paper or not?
No, not really. This generally would have been managed by Roger.
Thank you. Mr. Wiper, this inquiry concerns a particular power line easement near 580 Reedy Swamp Road. Are you familiar with that easement?
I've never been there, but I understand from court proceedings about the easement, yes.
Have you seen any photographs of the easement or not?
Yes.
Now, please let me know if it would assist if a photograph is brought up on the screen for you, but do you agree, generally speaking, that it's an easement that runs in a northeast direction, up an incline, heading towards the top of what's known as Reedy Swamp Road, and at the bottom is a residence known as 580 Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes.
And that there's a vehicular access track that traverses the easement. Do you recall seeing that in photographs?
Yes.
And that there's forest on either side of the edge of the easement?
Yes.
Would you agree that it may run in the order of 600 metres from the bottom of the easement around the vicinity 580 Reedy Swamp Road up to the top where it intersects with Reedy Swamp Road?
I'm happy to accept that.
And that there are a number of power poles within that particular part of the easement?
Yes.
To your understanding, Mr. Jonas undertook a scoping exercise on the 12th of December 2016 in that particular easement?
Yes.
And was that, to your understanding, part of Asplin's initial cut in relation to its obligations to Essential Energy?
I'm not sure of the trigger as to why they've requested that, but I thought it was part of their cyclic maintenance program. But I don't know what the trigger was.
And this particular power line easement, are you aware that it falls within what is known as V-Bega 1533 Vegetation Management Area?
Yes.
Now, you said a moment ago you've not been to that particular easement. Earlier, I mentioned Ms. Colleen Smithers, who had responsibility for Bega. Was there a particular reason in December of 2016 why Mr. Jonas is undertaking this particular scoping exercise in the Bega area?
Our staff get moved around a fair bit by Asplund in regards to I suppose, their resource needs. So there might have been a lapse in work in the Maria area and more of a requirement in the southern area around Bega.
Thank you. What is your understanding as to what it was that Mr. Jonas was to undertake on the 12th of December 2016 in the Reedy Swamp power line easement?
He was to go to site, make contact with landowners, negotiate any removals that had to be done. He was looking at he was looking at defects, falling and also growing defects, tier 1 and 2.
And having seen a photograph of that particular power line easement, what would your expectation have been in terms of how he would have undertaken that scoping task?
Generally, because it's so heavily vegetated, I would expect that he would probably walk it.
And would you expect him to walk up one side of the easement and then back down the other?
You don't necessarily need to do that. You can do that from, whatever's the best aspect of where you're scoping at the time.
But you'd expect him at the least to look at both sides.
I'd expect him to have a look at both sides. Yeah, absolutely. But to walk up one way and down the other, not necessarily.
And you said that you would expect him to walk that because it's heavily wooded, I think was the words that you used.
Yes.
What about because of the slope of the easement itself, that it might be easier by doing it on foot than driving?
Well, there was an access track there, so he had good access for our vehicle anyway.
And what is it about a heavily wooded area around a power line easement that, for you at least, you'd expect a scoper to walk when we have regard to this particular power line easement?
There are more trees.
And you want to take more time, I take it, to identify any Tier 1 or Tier 2 defects?
Yep.
Now, you've annexed as part of your statement some GPS tracking data. Do you recall that, Mr. Wiper?
Yes.
And by all means, if you need to go into it, let me know. Your Honour, it commences at page 2682. Mr. Wiper, for your benefit, it's page 6 of your statement. Am I correct in understanding that each of Pinnacle's vehicles, or at least this particular vehicle in December of 2016, had a GPS tracker?
Yep, that's true.
And is this data uploaded into the cloud, or is it direct into the collector system to which you referred earlier?
No, there's no connection between the collector system and this is a third-party organisation that we use that reports that we actually get this data readily as a data dump.
I understand.
Generally, it's not what we use it for.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Jonas about what he did on this particular day in relation to his scoping activities?
No.
Do you deduce from the data that we see on page 6, 7 and 8 of your statement that he has driven that power line easement between 6:49 a.m. and 7:24 a.m?
Yep.
A sum total of about 35 minutes?
Yep.
And that he has been stationary on 5 occasions between 5 different power poles?
Yeah, I haven't looked at the data to that level of detail, but yep.
Would you expect him to, when he's undertaking his scoping duties, to exit the vehicle, or could he do it from the vehicle?
No, I would expect that he would exit the vehicle at times. Yep.
And would you have any expectation as to whether he would walk into the edge of the forested part of the easement?
If he deemed something, if he thought that a tree was potentially a tier 2 tree, then the expectation would be that he'd go and have a look.
And as you're aware, that the definition of a tier 2 defect under the VMCR is a tree that is, I'll bring up the phraseology for you. Dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that has been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable?
Yes.
And if a scoper identified a dead, dying or structurally unsound tree within a number of stands into the forest, and that particular tree was of a sufficient height that if it was to fall in, it could be a risk to the power line or the electrical infrastructure. Would you expect that the scoper would investigate that tree further?
So if I'm just trying to get your head around your question, is that you're saying that if he identified a potential tier 2 tree, would he go and investigate it?
Yes. Would it be a simple exercise of just noting that down, or would you expect them to walk into the forest, so to speak, to undertake a further visual inspection?
Oh no, I'd expect him to go and have a look at the tree. Yeah.
And would you expect them to, depending on the particular attributes of the tree, undertake a sounding exercise in relation to whether there's any hollowing?
No.
And why is that?
Because how do you calibrate a hammer? I sound different. What I hear is different to what you hear.
Are there, from your experience, Mr. Wiper, common telltale signs of a tree that could be structurally unsound in a dry sclerophyll forest, such as the forest area we're dealing with in and around this power line easement?
Are there typical attributes that you're saying?
Yes.
That would cause trees to die?
No, that would appear to a trained observer as being structurally unsound. For example, a crown of a tree being devoid of foliage or twigs or branches or branchlets.
Yeah, like I listed previously.
Yes. Does that have a common term within the scoping language? A tree.
A hazard tree. Is that what you're trying to?
No, the crown of a tree that's devoid of foliage. Is there a particular term that scopers use to describe such a tree or not, or is it simply a tier 2 defect?
Well, there's in a sclerophyll Australian bush setting, that would be a dead tree. But trees without foliage in an urban environment may be deciduous and don't have leaves either, but different circumstances. But I think what you're saying is, in that particular forest, which is a natural setting, then the expectation that would probably be either in advanced decline or it could be dead.
Thank you. Now, if you assume that Mr. Jonas spent approximately 7 minutes each time he stopped his vehicle within the power line easement in December 2016, do you consider that an insufficient time to carry out his task, given what you said earlier in relation to your expectation that he would walk the easement?
If he was in a position where, if he was in a position to make the assessment, an appropriate assessment from the car, then that would be fine.
You don't think 7 minutes is insufficient to carry out a tier 1 and a tier 2 inspection between those particular spans?
I mean, it's to see really obvious trees in the span that are tier 2.
As part of your organisation's instructions or directions at that time to Mr. Jonas, was an emphasis given more in relation to the identification of tier 1 defects as opposed to tier 2 defects?
I would say that there was more of a focus on tier 1. Yes, as directed by Asplin and inadvertently Essential Energy.
Why do you say that there was a direction from Asplin and indirectly Essential Energy to focus more on tier 1 defects at that time?
Because primarily it was that was what was required at the time, was more focus on the tier 1. Not to say that we shouldn't be assessing tier 2.
Do you have an understanding or an appreciation as to why at that point in time, December 2016, there was more of a focus on tier 1 as opposed to tier 2 defects?
No.
As part of the supervision or oversight of Mr Jonas, did Pinnacle, to your understanding or knowledge, undertake any audits of his scoping work in that period of time from when he commenced in April 2016 up to and including the end of December 2016?
Yeah, I know Roger did quite a lot.
Roger did quite a lot of audits.
Audits, yeah.
Audits in relation.
So generally,
sorry, pardon.
Sorry,
let me finish the question,
okay,
please. To your understanding, Roger Youb undertook a lot of audits in respect of Mr Jonas's scoping work between April 2016 and the end of December 2016?
As part of our mentoring process, we would generally put people that have started with us in about a 2-week block of mentoring, and then generally what we would do from there, that we would have, and Roger was managing this process, so from there Michael would have been, or the new scoper would have been left alone for up to a week, where he would go through that process of scoping by himself, and then from there Roger would come back and do 100% drive of his work and correct any works, and none of that work would have been directly submitted through until that 100% audit had been undertaken. And then if there was any additional requirements, so there's any more time required for that mentoring process, and that would continue, and over time the amounts of audits would drop off. That's typically how we onboard our staff.
Do you know today when Roger undertook that process in that time period in respect of Mr Jonas's scoping activities?
I'm not sure which days, no.
And is it your understanding, Mr Wiper, that Roger would have himself undertaken at no cost to Asplin a ground-based visual inspection of the scoping activities that Mr Jonas had previously been tasked to do?
Not for every span, no.
Right. In terms
in that initial, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't wish to cut you off. You were going to say in the initial, and then you paused.
Yeah, in that initial process, he would drive 100%, and as we felt more comfortable about the accuracy of the data and the process that was being followed, then that would drop off.
And did it drop off before December of 2016, to your understanding?
I imagine it would have, yes. Because he wouldn't have been driving 100% of the work.
And by that stage, Mr Jonas had been in Pinnacle's employ for about 8 months.
Yes.
At some point after December of 2016, did any issues arise in relation to the scoping activities that Mr Jonas was performing?
Yeah, we were finding some issues were popping up.
And what were those
that we
issues? What were those issues that were popping up?
Well, part of the process that we have is that we would undertake a scope. That work would come in to the office. It would be post-processed, then Roger would do a desktop audit of the works. And as part of that, he's identified a few issues that popped up. Some things would have been, for example, there might have been identified 100, this is an example only, 100 spans in a VMA, and then 95 came back and there was a shortfall of 5 spans. And then Roger would follow that process up to find out where those 5 spans were, and they were able to be identified as part of our spatial system very quickly.
Did any issues, to your knowledge, arise in relation to Mr Jonas's identification or lack thereof of Tier 2 defects?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know whether, as part of the audit process that Mr Youb undertook in the early or the initial stages, whether he was auditing in relation to Tier 2 defects or whether it was just Tier 1 defects?
No, he would have been doing both.
You say would have. Do you know that as a matter of fact, or are you speculating?
I don't know for a fact.
As a result of those issues to which you've identified a moment ago, what steps, if any, did Pinnacle undertake?
We increased our auditing process with Michael's work. And then we got to a point where it became untenable. So we terminated his employment.
You use the words untenable. Was there just simply too many errors that had been identified?
There was a consistency of a consistent lack of detail. He basically had the core understanding of what needed to do. He was getting the Tier 1 and Tier 2 defects identified. However, he might have been getting equipment types wrong and those sorts of things. But he was getting the core work done.
And he was let go, was he, on or about the 25th of April 2017?
Yes.
Was there a complete rescoping audit of all the jobs that Mr Jonas had been tasked in the previous 12 months or not?
There wasn't a formal process. I think that there was a process of going back and auditing all the works that were ready to be cut, so to make sure that was all cleaned up. And then we went back and did sample audits of the previous spans, but a lot of it, the work had been cut, so you're auditing work that had already been completed.
Were you requested by Asplin to undertake a 100% rescope of Mr Jonas's prior scopes in the area known as VBEGA 1533 or not?
No, not.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not Mr Jonas, in the period of time that he worked for Pinnacle, identified any Tier 2 defects in VBEGA 1533 VMA?
I don't have that information with me, sorry.
Mr Wiper, did you come to learn in early 2018 that Essential had some concerns in relation to Tier 2 defects in the southern region?
No, I was never formally notified of that, no.
did you become aware of an independent pricing and regulatory tribunal audit that was undertaken in December 17 and January 18, which identified that hazard trees were a number one risk to Essential Energy's business, with incidents of hazard trees being identified as a network risk, not having the correct follow-up procedures in place?
No, we were not made. I was not made aware of that.
Can I? Pardon me, I'll just bring up a document. Might assist. Um, 6813, if that could be brought up, it's MRB number 7, it's in volume 17. Does that... can you bring up the document, please? 6813. Sorry, we're just having some technical issues, Mr. Wyver. Please bear with us.
Okay.
If we could just expand that so it's easier for the witness to read. You'll see it's a briefing paper. It's an Asplin document. It's dated February 2018. Does that, as you just read that quietly to yourself, and parts of it I appreciate a cut off, and we'll try and scroll to the left so that you can see the full document. Does any of that come to mind?
I've not seen this document before.
All right. Can I ask that my instructing solicitor bring up page 6817, which is an email from Mark Bennett. Do you know Mark Bennett, Mr. Wyper?
I do, yes.
He's an employee of Asplin. You'll see it's an email to Roger Youb and others dealing with the subject heading briefing paper hazard trees and defect rectification timeframes. Was circulated on the 26th. That briefing paper, I'd ask you to assume, was circulated on the 26th of February 2018. Are you aware that there was a teleconference in respect of the concerns that Essential held in relation to hazard trees on the 26th of February 2018 involving employees of Pinnacle Arbour Pro, in particular Roger Youb, Colleen Smithers, Brendan Barnes and Stuart Donlan?
This would be something that generally Roger would be managing. I remember having some conversations with him in regards to different meetings that he'd had at particular times, but Roger would have been managing this process.
You don't have any recollection of this matter being escalated to you as an issue for your business?
No, Roger would have been managing it.
Do you have any recollection as to whether after February of 2018 Pinnacle was requested by either Asplin or indirectly by Essential Energy to increase its focus in relation to Tier 2 defects as part of its scoping exercises?
Through conversation with Roger, I do recall that there was a requirement to increase that process, yeah.
And what was that conversation that you had with Roger? Would you just recount that for us, please?
I can't remember the exact details, but I do recall that there was at some point in time a discussion with Roger where he stated that there's going to be more of a focus on the Tier 2 program, or identifying Tier 2 trees.
Did he say to you why there was going to be a a more pointed focus on Tier 2 defects?
No, I can't recall, sorry.
In terms of the auditing process that Pinnacle undertakes now, in relation to audits of scoping activities, what process or systems does Pinnacle have now in relation to its employees undertaking those roles?
We've developed, as part of the collective process, we've developed another component, another application to that, where we identify areas that we actually audit. So there's an expectation. There's two steps. There's a self-auditing process where our scopers are required, after they've finished a VMA, before they sign it off, they actually go back and have a quick look across the feeder and see whether they've missed anything, and then we go through the process then and identify. We do up to a 10. Well, we do a 10% audit on their works, and then from there we move to, if we're identifying more problems, we increase that.
And that 10%, is that done pre-cutting, so to speak?
Generally, yes. Yep.
And
as far as practicable, sometimes the crews are really close behind, and time doesn't allow that.
And if we just deal with the southern region around Bega, who would undertake that audit process now? I'm looking for the name of an individual, Mr. Wiper.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Is it Roger Youb or someone else?
No, Roger's finished. Doesn't work with us anymore. He just finished up recently. So it could be an inspector from another area, or yeah.
And how do you determine which particular VMA within a region is going to be subject to that 10% audit of scoping activities?
It's generally the works that have the lines that have just been recently inspected.
But it's a random audit, I take it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And as part of that audit, are you focusing on Tier 1 as opposed to Tier 2, or both?
Now, no, it's both. Yep.
Both.
Yep.
And have you found recently any failures in the scoping activities in relation to Tier 2 defects?
Well, our resources in that area have actually dropped right off, so we haven't been doing much inspections in that area, that Bega area, for a bit now. We have staff that sort of come in. Stuart is still where this comes down and works in that Bega area now and then, but I think just purely because of resources, there's Asplin are using, I think, other resources as well to inspect the area.
Do you know whether or not Essential Energy are utilising their own scopers or vegetation officers to undertake scoping activities in the Bega area now?
I don't know, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wiper. There are some others who may have some questions for you.
So you were asked some, can you see me, Mr. Wiper?
Okay, yeah.
So you were asked some questions about the circumstances that saw Mr. Jonas terminated.
Yep.
The issue as you explained it, was that he, whilst he was getting the Tier 1 and Tier 2 defects identified correctly, he was requesting the wrong equipment. I think you gave that as an example.
I think that wouldn't be the only example. That was one example that I gave. There was, a few different things that sort of popped up, not the same thing all the time.
But the concerns you had about him that led to his termination did not relate to his ability to detect a Tier 2 tree if he saw it. Correct?
No,
You're agreeing with that proposition?
I am agreeing with that, yep.
You were asked some questions about the approach that a scoper would typically take, or at least what you would expect of a scoper in a given situation. You have worked as a scoper yourself in your earlier years, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And you hold a certificate 5 in arboriculture, do you?
That's right, yep.
And are there others in the Pinnacle organisation that hold similar qualifications?
Yeah, quite a few. Oh, not quite a few, but probably half of our business.
Right. And are those who hold those qualifications charged with a mentoring role of the type you described yourself as having in respect of Mr. Jonas?
Depending the availability of resource at the time, but yeah, someone that's got experience and has done the work for a long time, and if they happen to have a diploma in arboriculture, then yes.
And I think you told Mr. Castleton that you have not been to the easement, the subject of this inquiry, correct?
Correct.
Have you nevertheless seen photographs of it for the purpose of giving evidence today?
I have, yes.
Well, I might the witness, I'm not sure how we do this, but be shown Exhibit 9, which is the aerial photo of the easement. I don't know whether it exists in some other... I mean, it does exist.
It's in the brief.
Where did I find it? It does exist behind tab 10, I think, but...
Part of the others.
Not in that form, not that big.
I'm not sure if it helps, but there's a photo of the easement in my statement.
Yeah. I'm sure it does.
TW6.
Yes, but are you able now, sir, to see on the screen in front of you an aerial photograph of the easement?
Yes, I am.
And I ask you to assume that's taken looking generally in a south-westerly direction down the centre line of the easement from a position slightly north of Reedy Swamp Road.
Yes.
The task of a scoper scoping an easement of that ilk would involve looking firstly along the lines of the easement from ground level. Is that right?
Yes.
And looking at trees that are readily visible from the scoper's position within the easement as he or she makes his or her way along the easement.
Yes.
And in order to form a view about whether any given tree may be a tier 2 tree. Based on the visual assessment, the scoper would first need to, obviously enough, see the tree, correct?
Yes.
And then have to form a view about the tree's condition.
Yes.
And it's not possible, is it, for a scoper undertaking an exercise of that type in an easement of this type, for the scoper to look at every tree?
No. Well, it could, but the time frame would be excessive.
Yes, it was a poor question, I'm sorry. It's not practically possible for a scoper to be expected to look at every tree as he or she makes his or her way along the easement.
No.
And the task is really one of observing the span for obvious defects, correct?
Correct.
And if upon that exercise a given tree leaps out as one that might be suffering from defects, a closer examination might be undertaken.
Yes.
Nothing further.
I should note that the condition changes as well. So we've gone through, and this is obviously after work has been undertaken in that span. So when we go through and do the initial assessment, it's very different to after it's been, or can potentially be a lot different to after it's been cut, because there's been a lot of trees that were potentially hidden when we were doing an inspection, that by the very nature of pruning the trees or removing some trees, it opens it up. So it changes.
So does the fire change it? This is after the fire.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honour, I was meaning that after we go through and do the initial inspection, then the cutting crews come through and do the cut and the works that are required in the span. What may have been not visible before becomes visible after, because of the very nature of pruning those trees or removing those trees. Not to say that was the case here, but because I haven't been in the span.
So what happens if, following a cut, another tree is identified?
We don't, once we've done our initial inspection, that's the end of us. We don't do anymore. It's goes to Asplin and the process of how they resource and manage and do those things, and the ongoing audits after the cutting, or the inspections and cuttings by Essential Energy is not part of what we do.
So if your cutters, as a result of cutting the tree, saw a dead tree that could fall in, what would they do about that?
So I don't have any cutters, so we only do inspections, the initial inspection.
And so the point you're making is that the very exercise of pruning, etc., as a result of your initial scope, may see the forest less dense, and that process expose trees that were not visible during the scoping exercise.
Yes, that's right. And a tree that's set back 15 metres into the forest, you potentially at ground level can only see, if you're walking down the easement, a trunk, and can't see the upper foliage because it's hidden amongst the canopies of the other trees in front.
Yes. And if the photo that was earlier on the screen, Exhibit 9, I asked you to assume is a photo taken after the fire, you would expect, would you not, that the canopy would be denser, the forest would be denser?
Yes.
In condition prior to the fire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is anybody in court two wish to ask questions?
No, Your Honour, from Mr Newton.
No, Your Honour, Mr Wijaya.
Thank you,
No, Your Honour.
thank you. Mr Smythe?
Yes, please, Your Honour. Mr Wiper, I think you probably can't see me, but can you hear me?
I can't see you, but yes, I can hear you.
Yes. You'll have to believe I exist. I'm afraid the camera's angled away from me, but if you could just listen to my questions, that'd be helpful. I just wanted to take up two matters with you. You were discussing with Mr Castleton before whether or not a 7-minute stop by a scoper might be appropriate. Do you recall that?
I do.
And my note of your answer was, if he was in a position to perform the assessment from the car, that would be fine. Do you recall giving that answer?
I do, yeah.
Can I suggest to you that what underlies that answer is that you are relying on the skill and experience of the scoper to know what's appropriate in terms of his inspection, rather than putting a particular minute value on the time that that's going to take?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't say categorically that 7 minutes is sufficient. You'd say that if you can do the assigned task in 7 minutes, then that's fine.
Yeah, and there's other contributors like topography and all those sorts of things as well. Access to and from to gain access to the span and all those sorts of things as well.
Yeah, so you'd agree with me.
But yeah, experience might be one thing, but it's also the conditions of the span and the capacity to move through the span in a vehicle and easily assess those trees.
So you'd agree with me then that it all depends on the particular case we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Your GPS data doesn't indicate how long he stopped for at each stop. Just that he stopped 5 times.
I think there is some time stamping there. Which was provided as part of the... But our GPS is, as I said, that the function of using to get that tracking data for that particular span, that was a specific request to the service provider that we have, the car tracking service provider. We generally don't access that data. We use it for other purposes.
What are the other purposes?
To know where the vehicle has been on a given day, but not specifically how much time is spent in each individual point.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait and see if Her Honour has another question. No, Her Honour doesn't have another question. Can I turn to the next topic then? Can I ask Mr Martin, please, to take the witness to page 5325? You could just bear with us, Mr Wiper.
Volume 15?
So I don't have Your Honour's volume numbers, I'm afraid. It's on the screen though. 6, I'm told. Thank you.
What was the page number for this one?
5325, Your Honour.
Oh, that's 14.
Oh, apparently it's in volume 14.
Tab 193.
I think it appears a few places.
Yes, I think there's possibly more than one copy of it in the brief. Sir, can I just ask this? Can you see that on the screen you're working with us on?
I can, yes.
Thank you. And do you recognise what this text and pictogram are?
Yes.
So am I right to think that these are the descriptions in the common requirement document of a Tier 2 defect?
Yes.
And you see there that the description is that it's a dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that has been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Thank you. You've given evidence earlier this afternoon to both of the questioners who've come before me that a scoper is out to find really obvious Tier 2 trees. Can I suggest to you that the term obvious or really obvious doesn't appear in the Tier 2 description that I've got on screen before you? Is that right?
Yes.
So when you told my colleagues that what was being looked for by a scoper was really obvious, did you mean to pick up the substance of what's in the Tier 2 glossary, or did you have some different standard in mind?
No, it's what was picking up as what's in front of me, the Tier 2 defects.
So just so that
But in regards to really obvious, I mean, there's different defects in all trees. Like all trees have defects, right? Because that's what they naturally, by their very nature, they're trees and they're growing organisms.
yes.
Okay, so there are trees that have defects which may have a low likelihood of failure compared to a tree with a high likelihood of failure, and that's what I was meaning when I said really obvious. So trees with defects that have got a high that have got that are very obvious and imminently looking like it's going to fail. So I was just trying to give it a scale for defects because, as I said before, all trees have defects.
And
I understand that. Can I?
Right, the likelihood of failure is in the next 2 years, given that it's a cyclic 2-year scoping.
That's correct.
Can I suggest to you then that the qualification you were really speaking about was a tree that's really structurally unsound rather than really obvious?
Yes, they could be the same thing too.
They could be the same thing, but I'm just seeking to understand why your terminology differs from the terminology in the glossary, and I don't mean it as a criticism, but is your evidence that what a scoper is looking for is really structurally unsound or something that is really obvious?
Well, trees that are looking like are going to fail within the cyclic period.
Yes, and that they needn't be particularly obvious. They should just be reasonably it should be reasonably practicable to identify them.
Yes.
Because you'd agree with me, wouldn't you, that the entire purpose of the Tier 2 definition being in the common requirements is to stop problematic vegetation falling into network assets?
That's correct.
And you'd agree with me as well that there may be some dangers that are able to be identified with reasonable practicability by an authorised officer that may not be obvious, for example, to me as a non-expert if I went up and just looked at the tree.
Yes.
Because there is some skill and training involved in this process.
Yes.
Yes. Sir and Your Honour, would you excuse me for just a moment? You spoke to Mr. Castleton about the program that you're aware of that's currently being undertaken. Am I right to understand that your company, sir, has pulled back somewhat from this region?
It's more just it's more of a resourcing thing than anything.
Resourcing, yes.
So we don't have the resources down there at the moment.
And are you aware of what the position in relation to other utilities around the country is, finding Tier 2 defect trees?
No, I'm not sure of your question, sorry.
I'm just asking, as an industry player, are you aware of what's going on in other states or in relation to other utilities in relation to the identification of Tier 2 defect trees?
Yeah, somewhat, I would say.
And are you aware that there's, pardon me, a dedicated program being undertaken by AusNet in Victoria?
Yes.
And in your view, is that an appropriate program that could be undertaken in New South Wales?
I don't really want to endorse their program because I don't know it well enough.
Yes. Thank you. I understand. Nothing further from me. Thank you for attending to my questions.
Thank you. Was there much customer service involved in Mr. Jonas's job?
Yes, there was. The expectation, Your Honour, would be that he would go and seek. He would knock on a door before he entered the property. He would And if there was any works that need to be done, then he would go and speak to the landowner and get things signed up.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman?
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr White, can you see me?
I can, yes.
You've given some evidence today about Roger Uby. He was your general manager?
He is, yeah. Sorry.
Yes. And I take it he was quite an experienced gentleman in this industry?
Yes.
And a senior employee of yours?
Yes.
And you left to him the day-to-day detail of the contract with Asplund?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked by Mr Castleton as to whether your company had been asked by Asplund to undertake a 100% rescope of VBEGA 1533, and you replied no, it's possible, isn't it, that that request was made to Mr Ubo?
No, because I've also spoken to Stuart Donlan, and he also informed me that it was just a spot audit.
Mr Ube has a series of qualifications, doesn't he?
Yes.
Is one of those qualifications arboricultural level 5?
He's done the graduate certificate in arboriculture, which is, I think, it's a university component.
So is the answer to my question yes, or?
Sorry?
Is the answer to my question yes?
He doesn't have that particular one, but he has one that's higher than that.
So a higher qualification than level 5?
Yes.
And from University of Melbourne, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Where is he now?
Roger owns his a small business where he lives, around Nowra.
And what's the name of that business?
Gamifera.
Sorry?
Could you say that again?
Gamifera.
Could you spell that?
Gummifera.
Thank you. Your Honour, excuse me for one moment. Okay. Thank you, Your Honour. No further questions.
Ms. Castleton?
Just one final question before we get you away, Mr Wiper. You mentioned there a moment ago that Mr Uby obtained a qualification in arboriculture. Do you know when he obtained that qualification?
He wasn't qualified at the time of the fire. He's only gained his last year, I think.
Doing the best you can today, as at April 2016, what qualifications did Mr Uby hold in relation to vegetation management or the identification of hazard trees, to your understanding?
My understanding is that Roger had completed, he was authorised to work on the Central Energy Network. So he'd undertaken the ECI training and all the other components that Michael Jonas had undertaken.
Yes.
He'd also, I'm not sure of the timing, but he'd also completed either quantified tree risk assessment or track risk assessment, tree risk assessment.
And you believe he held those
sorry?
He held those around April 2016?
I think so, yes. But, I'd have to go back and check records.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Wiper. Nothing further, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Wiper, for your evidence today and your previous statements and material. It's now concluded. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, tomorrow morning I'm hopeful that we'll hear from Michael Jonas. Then thereafter Kathleen Purnell, formerly Rural Fire Service, Warren Purnell, formerly Rural Fire Service, Christopher Reeve, perhaps Ryan Dean, perhaps Peter Van Brack. I can indicate to Your Honour that at the conclusion of Mr Jonas's evidence, I apprehend that will conclude the oral evidence in relation to those issues dealing with the power line easement.
Right, any matters of rising before I adjourn? Nothing? Excellent. 10 o'clock tomorrow, thank you.